Hello. Um, yeah, Luke is being Luke, and frankly, I wanted to talk. And I was like, okay, Luke is Luke. So if anybody wants to talk, they can. If not, I am going to do other stuff. Hey, Adam. You had a siesta. Okay. I'm not sure what's causing that. In real life, it's perfectly fine. I think it's the camera not understanding it. I'm doing other stuff. No, I noticed. I noticed, and Adam. Good morning. I mean, the link's there if anybody wants to talk. I hate monologuing. There's a lot I could be talking about. There's Iran. There's Gavin Ortland showing up yesterday. There's could actually finish the commentary on the thing. There's lots of stuff. But I like just sitting here monologuing is not gonna be what I'm willing to do. Get hello, Lard Dauntless. Clara.
Can't hear
Wow.
you. Hey, Jacob. You were okay. Forgive me.
I reeled in a big one.
Wow.
You're echoing at me. You have your YouTube still going. Turn off your YouTube.
I think we got it. I think I figured it out. Jacob, you were just on Luke's stream.
Yeah.
And now you're not.
Yeah, so Luke, I love the man, but he says a lot of things and he lives a very different life from what he says. Yeah.
So you started your own stream.
That's what you do.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, so this is so I've been thinking a lot about the stream that you had. Like you talked about so many things. I have so much I could say about the stuff you were talking about.
Oh, sure.
And one of the things is, so in real life there's social friction, right? If I'm at somebody's house, right, you can't just suddenly decide I'm done with this, right?
I mean, you could.
Yeah, you can't really, like, and if you storm out, whatever, right? Like,
yeah.
and I certainly, I mean, I've done it, and I do it. I take people, and yesterday during the Gavin stream, I asked several people to leave so that other people could come. Some people jumped on that I didn't let in. You have to do the managing and stuff. And I think that's part of, did you actually listen to the Gavin stream?
No, I saw that it was streaming. I clicked on it. I clicked on it at different points, but okay. There was always something that came up, and I didn't.
Yeah, and you have a baby.
I do.
Oh. I mean, I realize not wanting to dox your baby, but I love baby pictures. So if you ever decide you want to show a baby picture, I love baby pictures.
Oh, he's the cutest baby too. He's huge.
Wow.
And he's got like teeth already. So.
Oh wow! How old is he?
He's about 6 months old.
And he has teeth already? That's kind of young to have your teeth. He has
quite a few teeth, quite a bit early.
Oh,
it was okay.
I mean, I guess you're not breastfeeding, so.
We were nursing, and then I got bit too many times, and we were doing both. I don't mean to. I wasn't just. We don't have to talk about her.
I'm sorry. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about, but like for me, like, okay, like we're talking about stuff, but like, yeah, it's like you have a baby in the house.
Yeah, his sitter is with him now, so I'm supposed to be writing, but then I had this idea, and I came onto your stream.
Okay. Do you want to talk about your idea, or did you have questions, or did you what do you want to talk about?
Well, I was thinking about we can talk about anything, but as I was writing, I was continuing my idea that, which you already said that you have comments about, like what we were talking about, what I was talking about on my stream. I was just thinking about, like, okay, so what are some of the micro processes of starting a live stream? And then as I was writing now, I was thinking, well, especially based on the conversation on Luke's stream that I was just listening to, a very large part of being in TLC, I guess, is, which I don't mean to say that I can set the parameters, but I'm just observing something that I see as a marker of inclusion. And I think this is true in the Peterson sphere as well, is this joining of a live stream. And I thought, well, it's been maybe a couple of years since I've joined someone else's live stream, and what's that process like? And then as I was joining, I thought, well, I'm taking up a role, right? I'm choosing my line. I'm going through this kind of, okay, all right, Jacob, you can destroy me with facts and logic any second.
Well, I mean, so what's the telos, right, of your analysis? Because I could do a technical analysis, right? If you're joining a live stream, right? So you need the equipment, right? You need there's if I was looking at it, and that's the comment I left, right, on your channel.
Yeah.
If I'm looking at it from an engineering standpoint, right? What
Mhm.
what is the lens? What are you measuring? Why are you measuring?
Sure.
Right? And so and part of the thing, and so I clipped out Gavin was only on for about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I clipped that out and made a video of it on my channel.
Okay.
And I think I actually think that stream might be very relevant to the entire stream, might be very relevant to the entire discussion that you're having, like the entire thing you're trying to explore. But ultimately, like, okay, what are the concepts? What's the level of analysis? And what if you don't have, what's the telos? Why are you
Sure.
trying to understand this,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Do you want me to think out loud with you about that?
Please, I would love it.
Yeah. So the thing that I'm trying to understand isn't one particular measurable thing. It's a process, right? So I'm trying to understand not what but how. Um, right. So
But
it's a
why? But why?
but why? Because I think it tells us something very important about sociological theory that's frankly hasn't been fully explored yet. And we have assumptions about it, but when I can show this process, when I can show also the relationship between how we interact online and what happens IRL, it's going to be a very important, very new extension of sociological theory. So it's to build theory and to better understand our world ultimately.
So what and
Just
I've been banging on this drum ever since you came on.
you have Jacob. I'm like I get on Jacob's stream. He's gonna give me a new one.
But this really is an extension of Gamergate.
Yeah. Wait. Okay. Jacob. Now here's something. Here's something that I have to do with you. Okay. I think I know what you mean, right? But tell me more.
So around Gamergate is when sociologically, politically, our society started realizing, oh, real life and online intersect in an important enough way,
Yeah.
right, that now there needs to be studying and looking into this.
Well, here's the thing.
Ryan,
Jacob,
I
nobody's
don't know
waiting.
you, but you're welcome to join. Hello.
Hello.
Um,
Ryan.
so the I think that's Gamergate. Are you aware of the first time that an online, like what happened with there was an online movement against Scientology that actually, like, this is one of the earliest examples people talk about where online organizing meant real life actual situation where a huge protest suddenly showed up on Scientology's doorstep, right?
No, I love this connection, Jacob. I love this connection that you're making.
What are you aware of the incident?
No, no, no. I'm thinking. I mean, it reminds me of all sorts of incidences that I am aware of, but
Yeah,
this
I
is the
as
first
far as
one.
I know, the first time people were like organizing online to the point where somebody showed up at somebody's door, right?
Okay.
Where it was a whole group of people showing up at somebody's door.
Yeah. No. Can you help orient me, Jacob? What year was this? Was it like social media? Was it like? I guess that's why I'm asking what year it was. Like, how were they? What kind of presence did they have?
Well, why don't we ask Rock? Because that seems like that
Rock could just make it up.
Grok could make it up. I am hoping that Grok won't just make it up.
Well,
But,
also, well, you don't know Ryan, and I don't know Ryan, so let's also give him some space too.
Ryan, say hi while I ask Grok.
Hello. Yeah, no, I just wanted to. I came from Luke's stream, Jacob, and I just wanted to say I appreciate your interaction with Gavin last night, and I I think that you handled yourself wonderfully, and I appreciate that you were kind and generous to him, and not tried to like verbally punch him in the face, because I think that that would have ended very poorly. So the hospitality that you showed is much appreciated.
Well, thank you. I mean, I try. Like what I said to Gavin was 100% true. That that the proudest achievement. Well, I actually could have said, and I do believe this. The like when people ask me what's the metric you use for success on your channel, I say babies. There are babies who have been born because of my channel, and I know that for a fact. Okay, and so I can say it's had literal fruit. The other thing, what I said to Gavin yesterday was, there's an apartment here in Los Angeles where 3 people live, right? Like they had a Halloween party. We go to the Halloween party. They invited people from their church to come to the Halloween party, and people kept on asking, so how do you guys know each other? And we all were like, but right? Because the 3 of them are living together because of their involvement with my YouTube channel. And it's like, they're not Jewish. None of them are Jewish, right? They're or Fountain of Comfort, which probably is we're hitting our second year fiscal year at the end of June. And I think by the end of this year, we might have almost $15,000 raised.
Wow.
Yeah, which we haven't spent any of it, but now that I graduated, hey, I graduated, Clara.
Congratulations, Jacob. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Wait, does that mean you're like a shrink now?
Kind of. I am an associate clinical social worker in California.
Dang.
That sounds great.
When I got the number, I mean, if it wasn't for the fact my dog is like literally dying next to me as we speak, hopefully not dying, but like it's touch and go. Like if it wasn't for that, I would be celebrating a lot more. But yeah, he got attacked at the dog park last
Oh man,
week.
so it's like oh yeah, an attack. Dang.
Yeah, they like took a chunk out of his chest. Yeah. And on Tuesday he had to have a revision because his stitches were failing. Yeah, poor baby. And I had to learn what a Jackson Pratt drain is, which yeah. So like real life happens. But it's a lot safer to be online than it is to in real life go and socialize with humans or with other animals. Yeah, Lucky is not doing so well. But back to so that apartment, like they got an apartment together and they would be living each of them in a separate place, you know? And like as now a clinical social worker, I can say, you know, solitary confinement is the worst torture you can do to a human being. And like the loneliness crisis is real.
Yeah.
And I mean, you were talking on your stream, Clara, about why is it that females end up leaving? You know, we get a few females. Sherry actually jumped onto the stream. She said because she just wanted to show that there are females around, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Despite the fact she's very busy, she's taking care of her farm and has been since March all alone because her husband's traveling, right?
Wow.
And you know she's got a large farm with animals and stuff. But when you have real life stuff, so who ends up being online the most? I think part of it is the okay, I don't have a baby to take care of. I don't have, you know, so I was doing my Bible study regularly with Jason until he got married. And now that he's married, he's too busy to do Bible study, right? Which I don't begrudge him. I miss him, right? And I hope they also will have kids, right? I needle Garth every time he shows up on my stream, like, where's the baby? Where's the baby? Right?
That's a bit much.
Hey, I went all the way to Minnesota for their wedding. They owe me a baby. I'm joking.
Wow. You need some baby pictures, Jacob. I'll PM you some, DM you, whatever the hell.
Well, thank you. But so like I genuinely have been thinking a lot about your stream, Clara, and yeah, it's like, what is the telos? What are you measuring? Why are you measuring it? And if we're talking about sociologically, I mean, okay, you know how much I love sociology as a discipline. But if we are talking sociologically, ultimately I think has to be about community formation and how you know it actually ends up being real, right? Like there's the breakwater thing, that's real, but that's ephemeral in a way that babies are not, right? So the weddings, people getting married, you know, Nathan's actually on here, right? So one of the coolest experiences I've ever had in my life was Nathan and Shelly, who were the first couple to get married in the TLC. I visited them and I got to sleep in their apartment, which and they have babies galore, which is beautiful. And they
just poop a lot, Jacob. I don't know if you know this. They poop a lot.
I have changed more diapers than probably you have, Clara, which is surprising to say for somebody who hasn't had a child and you have a baby. Like you're probably like doing 3 or 4 diapers a day.
Excuse me?
3 or 4 more? Okay.
Quite a bit more than that, Jacob. Quite a bit more.
Quite a bit more. Your baby's 6 months already. Are you really doing? Really? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe that many poops. But you gotta change it more than just when he poops. FYI.
You do have to change more than just poops. This is true. This is true.
We're lucky if we get it down to 3 poops and only 1 or 2 of them leaks everywhere.
Yeah.
It's 3 loads of laundry a day, Jacob.
Well, that's the number one thing I tell people when they're having a baby is go ahead and invest in one of those sink washers if you don't have an in-unit machine, because you just all the onesies, you're doing laundry.
We are so incredibly lucky that we have a dishwasher that sanitizes the bottles, and in our home we have a washer and dryer. I cannot imagine some of these other places I've lived how you could have a baby there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to monopolize this conversation.
No, babies are the telos here. So
yeah. Clara, what's your channel, by the way? I haven't found you yet in the grouping of channels.
I think I might add clarifications. I think it's clarifications. I'm sorry, I should know that.
I'm gonna let a new person on and we'll see if it's a porn bomber or not.
What?
Hey, hello.
See if it's a porn bomber?
Well, I mean, he doesn't have his camera on.
Yeah. Apologies for that. I was just like trying to find a stream to join in chat. I found yours. Just figuring if I could join in. Don't worry though, I'm not like a troll or a bomber.
Oh, yeah. So you just found us randomly.
Mm.
Oh, okay. You're okay. Very, very nice.
Thank you. Don't get me wrong though. I can understand you've got to be careful with people coming on.
Yeah. So when you pin the link, it's one of the fun parts of chat. I mean, there actually was a website called Chat Roulette, I think, but
yeah.
One of the fun things is when you pin a link, especially. So I got the Just Chatting name actually from Twitch. Twitch has a category Just Chatting. And so when you call it Just Chatting and you pin a link, you do end up with random people. And now we have Sandy. More people. Hey, Sandy.
Hey, Jacob. Clara, DM me your channel because every time I try to look it up, and DM me a picture of your baby.
Okay.
I mean, my gosh. We were roomies. I want to see the baby. Please.
Yes. Yeah, Sandy put up with me when I was expecting.
6 months expecting. It was awesome.
Wait, so does Ryan have a channel?
Yeah. So I'm Daring Hobbit. Is my channel. I live stream pretty early in the mornings. But I'm fairly new to the space. I've only been around about a year and have been only making content for like less than a month. So fairly new.
Okay, I can't find this. Am I doing it wrong?
What are you looking for, Claire? Oh, Daring Hobbit.
I found it. Rando, you did a rando first thing.
Oh yeah, I did a rando with Olsen.
Okay. This is great. I'm sorry, I got distracted from whatever anyone else was saying. I'm going to DM Sandy.
What were you talking about before I joined up then? Because I saw it was you had the image of the Project Chanology up.
Yeah, so Project Chanology, this is the thing I told you about, and yes, we are on Wikipedia, so I guess you can cite it in your sociology paper.
Those sites are fun. Like 1D4chan, like those type of sites, I'm a big fans of. They're funny.
No, well, okay. So Clara is an academic who is studying us.
Hey, I'm a grad student, Jacob. Don't overstate it.
She's doing her dissertation on men in their mom's basement, and covered in Cheetos dust. So Project Chanology, also called Operation Chanology, was a protest movement against the practices of the Church of Scientology by members of Anonymous I don't know how much they were members of Anonymous. A leaderless internet-based group. Chanology is a portmanteau of 4chan and Scientology. The project was started in response to the Church of Scientology's attempt to remove material from a highly publicized interview with Scientologist Tom Cruise from the internet in January 2008. The project was publicly launched in the form of a video posted to YouTube, Message to Scientology, on January 21, 2008. The video states that Anonymous views Scientology's actions as internet censorship and asserts the group's intent to expel the church from the internet. This was followed by distributed denial of service attacks, and soon after, black faxes, prank calls. I have no idea what a black fax is.
Oh, a black fax is, do you know the old fax machines? What they would do is they would send like, you know where you do the censor thing on Word documents, the black line?
Oh,
so they would,
to eat up your
ink, yeah. So they would send an entire page's worth of just all words blacked out. So it would use up all the ink just to produce this black page.
Oh my God. And you know, okay, so for people who've never used faxes, I still have a fax machine, believe it or not. In Opera, I have a fax number. I should cancel my fax number. I haven't actually used it in a year, but I do have a fax number for my insurance business, and I might end up having to use it because private health information. So the thing with fax machines is if you run out of ink and you receive a fax and your fax doesn't know that you run out of ink, or even if it does and it stops taking calls, you can miss out on faxes, especially if it tries to print out a fax and it doesn't have ink and it goes ahead and prints it out. Like, you never find out what was in that fax, and people think that you received the fax. Like, this could be a serious thing for people back in the day when faxes were a serious thing.
Especially because you had a lot of companies that use faxes, and what would happen is when you were saying about the fax ran out of ink, sometimes depending which company, it would hold all of your incoming faxes, but the company would see that and they would ring up the business and say, hey, you've got like 53 faxes, you need to sort this now. So that could also be a nuisance if they were with a certain company.
Yeah. So like, so I was not aware of black faxes, but that makes sense. Prank calls and other measures intended to disrupt the Church of Scientology's operations. In February 2008, the focus of the protest shifted to legal methods, including nonviolent protests and an attempt to get the Internal Revenue Service to investigate the Church of Scientology's tax-exempt status in the United States. Reactions, does it say anything about this being the first? As far as I know, this is the first time that like the internet made itself very, very like
aware
active in a real way in real life. So this was 2008. So Clara is trying to understand why someone would have a channel like mine. That's so by the way,
I mean, it's just a case of like there's channels for everything these days. There's a niche for everything to be filled. Do you know what I mean? There's with the size of the internet now. Do you know what I mean?
I really think it's beyond that. I mean, I don't know. I'm guessing you're around my age, Bear. I'm about to turn 49. It really does depend on your age and how you grew up, et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, what I was trying to say is I think that where we are right now for my channel is very much downstream from Gamergate. I think Gamergate is, and frankly, I mean, Clara obviously is very familiar with the work of Jonathan Haidt, right? So he's gone into this stuff, I think, more than most people have. And I think he's right in a lot of the things he says about the different ways men and women use the internet, and how I one of my big things is why do we have individual internet accounts instead of family internet accounts? I remember when I was in Iran, the building had one phone number, and everyone in the building, like there were 3 families living in that building, and the phone would ring, and you would, and then when our family, we had our own phone numbers, right? So you would call, and somebody in the household would pick up and go get the person. And then when I was in high school, it became a big deal to have your own phone, so that when your friends called, nobody knew who was calling, right? And when you were on the phone or not. And then, we further individuated. And I think, like, the flotillas, we call them around here, of groups of channels, I think it's a process of undoing that individuation, that atomistic individualism that we've gotten into, and it's hard. It's hard.
I would say it's a case of, as well, as that it's more profit as well. Like, why sell one internet package and that to a family when you can sell like 4 mobile phones to them instead? I think there's a big push for everyone having their own internet and stuff, just because they can make more money off it.
See, okay, like I am not a fan of the materialist economic, because while you can do that analysis, and that's part of what I was saying, Clara. Like, what is your level of analysis? What are your measures? What are the if you want to do an economic analysis, look, my StreamYard, part of having the channel that I have is paying for StreamYard, and StreamYard keeps on raising its prices.
Oh yeah.
And there's other services, right? And then there are people who are trying to monetize things, right? So you can always do the economic analysis of, oh, is this an advertising expense? Is am I actually earning money or losing money? And is advocate, you could definitely do the economic analysis. I just don't think the economic analysis is actually the one
core route.
It's the most informative.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah,
but Clara is the queen here, so she, like, no, you're not going to get away with the sociologist observing the corner thing, Clara. It's not going to work. It's not going to happen.
What were you starting to say? Like, when Jacob was asking you to clarify your clarifications, stream, like your site, whatever, YouTube. You were starting to explain what you were doing, but I thought you were going to go into more detail, and I'm actually curious about how it fits in with other aspects of whatever your study and process is.
Yeah. So I guess the thing, Jacob's sort of asking me now, like, am I doing an economic analysis or what? And the thing that I've been thinking about is that, well, I want to study what I do want to do is I want to study the process. So thinking yesterday on my stream, I was really trying to think about, like, through this mechanism of joining a live stream or starting your own live stream, and then today through joining someone else's live stream, like, what is it about that gets people to this, involvement in TLC. And then with that involvement, how does that lead to what we might call personal transformation? I don't know if we want to go that far. How does it lead people though to go from? I was quoting a PVK video the other day. He just did this really great interview Rando's conversation with Steve Skojec. And in that, he was explaining to Steve, like, what is this little corner of the internet? And one thing that PVK kind of sort of really, I thought, sort of honed in on is he was explaining how people come here and they start out shaggy, was his word, and then they develop, maybe to use Jacob's words, they have babies. There's these measurable differences in the types of, I don't know if I want to say the types of people that they become, just like maybe that's how we can think of it. I mean, the other words might be like identity or something like that, which I know Jacob has a problem. I know Jacob's going to have a problem with whatever words I use, but so the words we use don't really matter. But
no, the words.
Because I'm like, obviously I'm. Oh, sorry.
No,
Go ahead,
the words we use really do matter. But go ahead, Barry.
Yes.
No, sorry to cut you off. I was just going to say that, like, I would say with myself, because I'm someone who, like, I'll find random live streams, jump on. For me, I just do it for I can have a laugh on them. Like, I'll run into some people and we just have a nice little chat or a bit of fun. B, I do like hearing other people's perspectives. I don't like to be closed-minded. I like to hear every side, every argument, every point. That's just me, though. Like, that's not everyone else. That's just for me. I think everyone has their own reasons, but you definitely probably could group a lot of these people and like why they do it.
See, for me, the big thing is long-lasting relationships. There are people who just come on a stream once and I never see them again. But I do try to snag them to and some of them have become regulars, right?
How do we get Bear to be a regular?
What?
How do we get Bear? How do we like capture Bear?
I'll have to like sub to the channel and then when I see you live, if I'm free. I'm not like a very frequent guest, but if I'm available and you're live, I'll see about joining again.
Yeah, I mean but for me, like the big thing becomes, so I actually snagged one of my porn bombers for I did. So like he came back. He didn't even realize that he was back. But it was like, hey, hold on. You porn bombed me like a year ago, right? And because and I actually brought him up. And I was the entire time ready to remove him, but like that was heavy therapeutic lifting. Like you're running a stream, and I was trying to like do some level of intervention. That was some stream. I should probably go find what that video was.
Send it to me, as long as it doesn't have any porn in it.
It does not have any porn in it. It does not have any.
If you find it,
I don't even.
I'll send you another baby picture.
Well, I think.
Oh no, bribery with baby pictures.
Say your baby is incredibly cute, but I'm a little disappointed. He looks nothing like Winston Churchill. Like babies are supposed to have these jowls, and they're supposed to look like. I mean, you gotta have chubby cheeks to pinch.
No.
Well, if you have a baby look like Winston Churchill when it comes out the womb, it just goes on the establishment of the British government. Charlie just start giving the whole speech.
Babies all look like Winston Churchill when they first come out. I think.
Oh.
Well, I'm really interested. I don't know if I have the authority to. I want to know where Bear is from. What's going on with him?
Well, I'm from England myself.
Yeah. Are you like are you involved in like stuff like you work or you play sports or anything?
Oh yeah, obviously work just to keep myself afloat. Most of the time, like in my free time, it's usually like video games, or I'll do streams like this, jump on, speak to people.
Which video games do you play?
A lot of like older ones. I'm not really a fan of the new ones, so I go back and play some of the older titles.
Like what, if you don't mind sharing?
Oh yeah, no. At the moment, I'm replaying Killzone, and I eventually want to go back and play Halo. Some of them ones.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. Video games. So a lot of these platforms actually started because of people. I mean, I remember LAN parties when I was in college. You know what LAN player?
My husband's really into that. He tells me about everyone brought their own computer or whatever.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them do.
LAN parties were a big deal. And yeah, so like a lot of this technology, including Discord, started as gaming technology. Yeah. To let people I mean, I used to raid WoW for a long, like 40 hours a week. I was raiding WoW. And like back then we used to have 40-man raids, right? So like coordinating a 40-man raid was
because I was going to say before Discord it was TeamSpeak, wasn't it?
TeamSpeak, yeah.
Or Skype.
Funny enough, I was showing my nephew ICQ. He had never heard of ICQ. But ICQ, I believe they were the first direct messaging app. Yeah. I remember having ICQ, and like back then the user base was small enough that sometimes you would randomly end up encountering people, despite the fact that it was like you would put in the wrong ICQ number and you would start talking to people and get to know people. Like
yeah.
The internet used to be a much smaller place. Yeah.
Clara?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, my train of thought is everywhere. I was just like, where'd that other guy go?
See, Clara has multiple experiments going, like different cages for the various rats.
Fair enough.
I mean, if you're not living life the way I live life, are you really? I don't know where I'm going with this.
Just say it. Are you really living?
I don't know. I just meant there, okay? I just learned. I haven't even learned what Bear does for a living.
I just work in like a supermarket, like nothing fancy.
Oh, fun. Stocking shelves and stuff.
Yeah, that's it.
Wait! Y'all have that, don't you?
Too.
What?
Sorry, I work retail. I'm like, he said, yeah. Well, that too. And I'm like, oh, interesting. So you don't just stock shelves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I do tills and that, but most of the time it's just shelves. That
Yeah, tills, I believe is it's
like the UK version of cash register.
Yeah. That's the till. Yeah, I've learned a lot more. I've learned a lot more British since I've been on the internet.
That's the Canadian thing too. They have it in common. They got the tills.
Oh no. So, speaking of words, which we weren't recently, but a few minutes ago, I had the most horrible experience recently at my writing group where oh crap, what was the word? It was one of those words where everything that you write down in Canada, we have like OU instead of just O. And
the British have the same. Like British and Canada still use OU. So if you write armor or color, it's OU.
Yeah, but I've always included the EY endings in those, and apparently, I got chewed out because that's not how you spell whatever this word was. I was at my writing group and I'm like, part of the critique on something was, no, that's American. Here in Canada, it's just why. Like, don't throw a reverse at me. Like,
Wait, what was the word?
I'm trying to remember. Oh, darn. I might not be able to give it to you. I'm really sorry.
Oh, no, it's all right.
No. I'll distract myself if I try to figure out whether it was on computer or in my notebook.
No, it's all right. I get it as well, because there's also, like, America and Britain, they sell different words. They say it differently. So during America, you'll say lieutenant. In Britain, it's lieutenant.
I've heard both. Yep.
Mm.
I've got a funny story.
What?
Oh, I was just thinking of a funny story that happened to me. Which I guess I'll share now. I was in Ireland for a while back, more than 10 years ago, probably. And I was getting fish and chips, and they asked me, what did I want? Did I want curry sauce? Did I want red sauce? Did I want white sauce? And I puzzled, and I was asking myself, well, all of this exotic stuff, what could this red sauce be? And finally, one day I got it, and turns out it's ketchup.
Yeah.
Ketchup's good. I like ketchup.
I should have been able to figure that one out. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, no, yeah, we just use sauces by names because we call it red sauce, brown sauce.
Brown sauce is good. I'll say that.
Is that mustard?
No, brown sauce is like, I couldn't really explain it. It's like tangy.
Is it like Worcestershire sauce?
No.
Close, but like not as like potent.
Okay.
It's good with bacon and sausage, brown sauce.
Bacon and sausage? Okay.
Yeah, it's really good with that.
Good.
But could it go on steak?
You could have it with steak, but it wouldn't really like go.
I think it's called HB sauce.
Yeah, that's the big one. It's HP's. You can get like other brands, but HP's the big brand that does like brown sauce.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah, we do either at home, and my dad we do either HP or Worcestershire.
Yeah.
Sauce. Yeah. Not gravy, just those guys for the steak. That's what I was just curious. Can I ask Clara something? Back to the identity space. So Jacob makes the reference point that you brought up of babies, like as one of the what did you say? I made a note on it because I'm thinking through stuff. And because my fingers remember things better than my brain does. Like when you're saying like people come here, what's the change, what comes out of it and stuff. And you mentioned identity. Are you thinking of identity in the frame of, hey, I get married or I have babies, or are you thinking of identity in other concepts and respects, as in any kind of deviation from continuing straight on as you are?
I'm sorry to butt in. There's like a weird it sounds like a static sound. It's gone now, but
Sandy has a terrible mic.
Probably me.
No, it's all right. Don't worry.
So when I'm thinking about like identity, like in this context, I think it's really interesting because kind of everything that you said, Sandy. So when I'm seeing these shifts in identity, right? So there's a couple different things going on here. I think it's important to point out because especially going back to that PV quote of like Shaggy to whatever he said, that transformation. So like I think in TLC we specifically see, and this is really interesting, changes in real life behaviors. So we're seeing people like go to church, try out different churches, maybe have some religious identity changes. That's one type of change. So I used to be Protestant. I used to be non-religious. I used to be Catholic. Now I'm Orthodox. Now I'm not a Christian, but I go to church. Now I'm, whatever the case may be.
Don't forget the Noachites.
Yeah.
You have to include the Noachites. Yes.
Now I go to Bible study. Now I am a Noahide. Now I practice Judaism. Am I getting somewhere? What would you say, Jacob? What would the change be? What words would you put to that?
I mean, again, I think this is the problem, right? We are mapping new territory, and when you're mapping new territory, you have to. I think first you have to decide, what am I mapping? Is this a topological map? Is this a what exactly am I mapping?
Well, I'm curious, I don't want to take you too far off. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
no.
want to hear your thoughts, but I also specifically want to know about the changes you've seen. Like, have people become Noah? I mean, I know you have a huge sort of contingency, and you have one of the biggest online Noahide sphere.
Well, I mean that I hope not. But
one of the biggest. I thought you had one of the biggest.
Well,
sorry.
It's very hard to know how many Noachites there are out there.
Yeah.
The only real things that I've seen is that there's some 200,000 Noachites in the world. To the degree that and this in the 70s there was zero, right? To the degree that we're officially affiliated with Rabbi Shirky, who his organization is one of the largest. They are having a conference in Israel in November, which you should get your college to pay for you to go, Clara.
God, they're not going to pay for anything. Are you kidding me?
So hey Lance. So to the degree that we're affiliated with them, which we aren't officially because they are Zionist and I am not, they to that degree maybe we're affiliated with one of the larger organizations.
Sure.
To the degree that I am Chabad, which I'm not, I'm certainly not officially Chabad. I am affiliated with one of the larger organizations. To the degree that we have, I mean, probably, I'd say a couple of dozen Noachites, loosely defined. I would say we're only the size of a church.
Okay, let me ask you this. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off again.
Well, to the degree that I know there's at least been 3 or 4 babies. That's well, I mean, depending on how you count it, I would say there's been at least 4 babies. That's a success, right?
What's a Noahide?
Good question. So a Noahide is a Gentile who believes in Orthodox Judaism. So it's a very weird thing. In the Christian Bible, they're referred to as God-fearers. They existed about 2,000 years ago. And then with the advent of Christianity and Islam, they very much did not exist for several thousand years.
Oh, I get you. Yeah.
There's been a resurgence since the 1970s where a movement of Gentiles for Judaism. There's actually a YouTube channel, Gentiles for Judaism, which is a Noahide YouTube channel, which actually I think is bigger than mine. But no, Noahides very much do not worship together. Although there are opinions that would say, and I am of the opinion that a Noahide can attend a Jewish service. They can only participate in certain ways, but I think it's perfectly fine for them to attend. Rabbi Shulman, who is a rabbinic decizer and one of the most prominent rabbinic decisers in the Noahide space, does not believe that Noahides should even attend Jewish services. So that's Rabbi Shulman.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean, we can go down that route, but I just want to make sure we end up in Clara's dissertation as a footnote.
Yeah, sorry to like cut you off, Claire. It was just to ask. That was all.
Oh, no. I wrote down my question. So if Lance wants to get in here.
I still have a comment.
No. You guys keep going.
Yeah. So I'll just comment on why I asked, what came back, circled back around and asked you. I actually think what Jacob, the thing that you were both pointing at earlier about frameworks, why are you doing it? The not just, hey, do you want to check your financials? That's one framework. And you're talking about identity. Babies, Noahides, other organizations and agencies, things inside and outside of TLC area, is a good answer and a good way of framing what you're looking for. I asked because and hopped on because I'm curious right now. I'm tracking some. No, I'll say it this way. So I do have a YouTube channel. I'm not using it. I hopped out a while ago because I'm spending so much time in here chatting with people that I'm not writing the things I should be writing. And so I sort of backed out at the beginning of this year a little bit. And excuse me, I'd been following a guy on YouTube talking about literature, poetry, and other literary aspects of things that I love. And even though I'd been following him over a year, I only just now realized he had an online community. Okay, so I'm listening. I have a sense that some way, something about the things I follow because I'm in here brought him into my, listening stream and or other things with writing and stuff. Well, let's see. I think I joined that community in February, and I believe it was in April. All of a sudden, he's online talking to John Vervaeke about poetry and how poetry holds an important place, yes, in meaning making, in the meaning crisis, in all of the things they're doing. And now we circle around a few more times, and I'm taking one of the courses, and I'm in Vervaeke's community, and I hear, oh shoot, I don't know why I have trouble with his name. Brendan Graham Dempsey shows up, coming up on the Vervaeke's Lecturns next Q&A next week to guide a discussion. And it's around a course he's going to do in Vervaeke's ecosystem, environment, whatever. Same way that when I joined TLC, they had all started around Peterson, and then kind of like all these other things sort of came in, and you hear and you recognize names and connections, and some of them may land for people and they'll talk a lot about it. And for me, this is like, oh, when was that? Oh, that was 2 years ago. Why wasn't I paying any attention to this? Because for me, what I was hearing, yes, it connected to people talking about myth and meaning making and Pajot and symbols, semiotics, and language. Well, language is one of my reasons I went, you got to step back out of this place where there's this heavy religious discussion in all of the connection points, as in what is your religion? Are you in, like you guys talked about it earlier, are you in the same religion? Have you transferred between? And I mean, I'm using the word religion like,
Suni, I've got to step away for just 2 seconds. I'm sorry, but I took some notes, so I should be able to catch right back on.
No, that's okay. I'm gonna get some water because I need to. You guys can chat for a minute. I also need to clear my throat. Oh heck, maybe I should just quick end that. Basically pointing at the way that what seems like a not connection provides a connection you weren't expecting. but that touches an aspect of life, which for me was I'm interested in writing. Writing poetry, writing about things is how I stayed sane and alive through the last 40 years of a bit of a bumpy ride. And am now going back to writing some things. I actually decided from this random connection to these conversations around Brendan Graham Dempsey's conversation with the Vervaeke folks, I suddenly caught myself going, oh, I haven't actually had the coffee that my friend from the deaf school asked me to have in January. I better send her a text or an email. And something about two aspects of something that was getting pointed to in this meta theories, theories of theories comment had me thinking about, oh my gosh, everybody complains that I'm always thinking on too many levels at once, and I'm trying to make all the connections. And why is it that with Jacob having health and medical issues around surgeries and deafness and autism and language delay, and and I'm doing the level structures and the whole. I'm like,
she means her son Jacob, not me.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about Jacob's issues.
Your adult son, yeah.
Jacob has issues.
In fairness, don't we all?
Anyway, overthinking is mine, all those levels. I suddenly found myself going, I want to talk to this person that worked with me and with my Jacob between 1.5 and 5 before we moved from where we lived and went to the deaf school. And so I looked her up and I found she has a quilting business, which is one of the containers or frames that a friend of mine from the last 15 years or so in my writing group says, you're having trouble with writing memoir about some of the negative aspects. Honestly, every time I read your work, I feel like you're putting a quilt together. And I'm like, oh, that's hilarious. She does quilting. That's funny. I'm going to go check. I think this is that lady. I'll go check. Looked her up. So I sent her an email via the email link that she gave for people to connect to her via this quilting business. And thought, oh, she won't even remember me. And I got this letter back going, oh, all one word. Oh my goodness. How did you find me? I remember you and your family. This is like 35, 37 years ago.
Yeah.
We're going to have coffee. We're going to talk about me working on finally writing about raising my son, that my deaf friend that I want to have coffee with, or that's been bugging me for coffee, wants to get me to write. Now, what is the chance that I would do that if I didn't belong till TLC, hadn't jumped into all these things, wasn't aware of people talking about John Vervaeke and all this other, continuum of people, didn't decide it was driving me nuts, didn't jump off into the poetry community and back to Vervaeke and back to, there's no complete clean cut explanation necessarily of everything. But when I hear Jacob talking to all the young men and women, mostly men, that come on the channel, and that we've had chats and live streams out, like in the Discord ones with people who were recently married, even that I've been praying for because they asked me to find someone and get married, and then Jacob's going, "Show me the money. Where's the baby?" What's the chances? But there is definitely a something that's really beautiful. And you could probably attack this from a number of different levels. But Jacob's questions to you at the beginning are super important because, yes, words are important. Me, one person, even just in my life, I've got poetry as one category, memoir is another, lyric essay is another. Each one reflects on an area of my life that is important in a different aspect and would have a different answer in various respects to the opening of your conversation. This is you have the chance to write on several times on this and really dig down deep into it. But you also need to focus on that straightforward, simple level of, yeah, where's the baby? You know? Oh, window cleaning, I'm going to shut the sound off.
Wow, Sandy, I really love like hearing you talk about like, oh, here's all these different like interconnected things that happen, and then would this thing ultimately have happened? Would I have ultimately reconnected with this person if I hadn't been involved in these two other online communities and sort of realized that different people were talking? Is that kind of what you're saying? Like, there's a point at which being involved in these communities kind of shaped, and I'm wondering whether you're saying, well, it shaped who I was, it gave me skills, it gave me different things that then influenced me to maybe be able to reach out to this person, or it sort of shaped the world I was in and it sort of shaped my path. Sandy, you're muted, but I think you're talking.
Sorry, I pushed it and I must have twitched on it again. Yes, and one of the gifts it gave me was that I spent the bulk in terms of the things that grabbed my attention, because they are around all of those levels and layers of what I did with my son, who had at least 3 or 4 categories of whatever under his, under his umbrella. I'm watching the same sort of thing happening here with other people and in other conversations. And I get to sit back and not just go, this is overwhelming me because I am trying to figure it all out in relation to me and all of, this. It might get loud. But to be able to do that has me now turning around to go, oh, I think I'm ready to look back at some of the things I've been trying to do for the last 10, 15 years in terms of some of the story and the writing and the things that I just talk about in 5-minute segments with people, but that I've been told, write about this, please write about this. And suddenly I'm getting the parameters. I'm starting to understand what are the parameters of what that looks like based on, because I can look back at it and go, this looks like that, looks like that, looks like, oh, and even at that, we're never finished, but it's beautiful and exciting. And I'm really enjoying the different communities I'm in. I'm really there's something about, I can go on with my life. I work on the things I have to work on. And at the same time, I get to do this. But I'm not obligated to do it 24/7. Just as, it's like when you run into your friend at the mall or whatever, you pick up the threads.
Yeah. I wonder if maybe what you're describing, I don't know if I could put a word on it, but the word I would try to put on it would be like ecologies or linked ecologies, this different sort of ways of being, and I don't know. I don't know how to explain it very well, but I wanted to
Don't downsell yourself. That is one of the words that I kind of highlighted in my mind this morning, listening to all this stuff. I said, are happening in the out here places. Sometimes in the discussions, ecologies of practice come up in some of the fields, but I this morning went, yeah, ecologies, that's a word, ecology. How do I relate to that? And even looking at the different way the Breakwater Festival frames their estuary conferences. I've been thinking about land, water, life, ecology, the intersection of various species and places for the last, I guess it's about 4 years I've been hanging out here. That's a good word. You're not wrong.
So I'm actually going to read what I wrote, because when I actually write, I think more clearly. This was my response to Clara's video. We simply do not have the concepts to identify all of these things. Simply choosing the level of analysis, paradigm, conceptual framework, measures, etc., entails defining the entire endeavor in a way that does reciprocally change that which is being observed. And I think that's the important part here. There is a reciprocal, to quote Vervaeke, transjective thing here of you are observing, but you are, and that's, I mean, I think that's part of the entire what do you guys call it? Ethnology, ethnography, like revolution.
Cool difference.
Yeah. Like the idea that, okay, I can't simply observe, I have to get involved, right? Did you listen to the Gospel Simplicity interview, Clara, with the sociologist?
Shoot, I think somebody sent me clips of it. I want to say somebody sent me clips of it. It was very critical. He was talking about sociology of religion versus he was talking about is that the one I'm thinking of?
Yeah. So Gospel Simplicity had on somebody who has been studying Eastern Orthodoxy.
Okay. Oh, no, I'm thinking of a different interview.
Oh, you are.
Altogether.
Okay. And Paul Vanderklay also did a treatment of the interview, but like it has made a huge splash on the internet because she triggered so many people.
I know who you're talking about. I've seen that. I've seen just not enough to make a judgment.
I mean, I actually think the people who were triggered were partially just triggered by misogyny. At the same time, I mean, for me, what's going on in EO space is a lot more interesting. Is a lot more interesting because I think the people in the United States don't realize the political ramifications, because Eastern Orthodoxy is the second largest denomination of Christianity after Roman Catholicism.
You don't mean in the U.S. though.
No, I mean in the world.
Sure.
Right.
Well, in the U.S. it's not very different, so it's important. I just.
Yeah. No. I exactly. But like that's been part of my whole thing with like when I do the Iran updates, right? Like, or when we talk about Israel, like I was talking to Gilad and Chazi, right, about Israeli politics, and Israel and Chazi being Chazi is like, Israel is a world superpower. And then I'm like, well, it's not as powerful as Pakistan. And they're like, well, yeah, of course, Pakistan's like so far away. And I'm like, you realize, as far as Americans are concerned, Israel and Pakistan share a border, right? but it's the level of analysis, and it's the, you know, I mean, uneducated philosopher. Your name's Mark, right? No, did I get your name wrong? Can I hear you? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Sorry. Why am I forgetting his name? I thought your name was Mark. But
Educated philosopher.
Well, that's the name he has. It says uneducated philosopher. That I didn't name him that. Anyway, so he, like, I believe he's into, yeah, it is Mark. Okay. So he's in Tbilisi, right? Like he's in Georgia. It's a lot closer to Israel than Pakistan is, but not in an American geography, right? Americans don't understand Georgia is anywhere near Israel. We can't hear you, Mark.
Dear. I just need coffee.
Yeah, and I think one of the things you pull out, Jacob, which is, yes, Eastern Orthodoxy is tiny in the United States, but in terms of like single, let's just say communion in the world, like single it, you've got Catholicism, Sunni Islam, and you have Eastern Orthodoxy.
Yeah.
And then obviously, if you want to lump all Protestants together, which you really, I mean, the fractures are very different, but that's a different thing. But like when we're looking at everything that's happening in Europe and all the things we're dealing with, like these big geopolitical structures, like that's it. Like it is tiny here, but if you want to pull yourself out of USA myopia, that's and where we see things are going.
Especially with Russia. I mean, look, you can seriously call Russia a quasi Eastern Orthodox country. Like I don't blame.
I quasi. Yeah.
I mean, Putin attacking Ukraine wasn't the most Eastern Orthodox thing in the world, but yeah.
Well, and the NATO, like the NATO persecution. I go to church with actual Ukrainians. They're furious of what's happening to the Ukrainian Orthodox Church that's going on there. The NATO folks are actually suppressing and doing horrific things against actual Ukrainian Orthodox people. But of course, that's not going to show up on our TV screens. But anyway, I think it's important that that's why I like. And sometime you're gonna. You're gonna do it. I'll get back. I had a question for Clara when she comes back. Is kind of the Iran update. But yeah, if you look at things geopolitically, we can sit here and talk about, well, Orthodoxy is super small in the United States. And it is. Like, it absolutely is. Like, that's a reality we need to figure out. And so American Christianity, that's a whole different thing. But globally, looking at the fact that you have Catholicism, Sunni Islam, and then you've got Eastern Orthodoxy. And I don't even know what we do with China. That's a whole other massive thing, right? So, but those are the big blocks of things that are going to, move the next 50, 60 years. And I think Glenn Scrivener talked about how he thinks we're moving out of a phase of the post-World War II, mere Christianity, kumbaya, let's get along phase, where we're moving back to more joining denomination, whatever that thing might be. So I think that's a big, like, Claire, for you, like a big sociological, like, hey, what's got these larger global levels, like what's going on? So anyway, I had a question for you, Clara. Now I know you were doing your channel and then you stopped doing YouTube for quite a bit, I think. And then you're popping back on. Did you like go down I missed the very beginning. I'm sorry. Did you go down and like just, offline meditative writing, figuring out mode, or are you coming back out? Like
Sorry. I was really hoping to kind of like get some distance and think clearly. And I had my baby and he's great. And that's really shifted things for me. And I think for a lot of people, getting back to that identity stuff, having a baby is just a huge sort of.
It does, doesn't it?
And Clara, I hate to tell you this, but if you look into the research, having a baby completely rewires your brain.
I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into it, Jacob. I don't want to get into it.
She knows. So this is one other stupid question, and I'll back out. People are asking more important questions. Have you pointed any of your other sociology friends to like look at us in the zoo and say, hey, check out what these guys are doing over here? Or have you kept that to yourself because you found your own little gold mine of gorillas to watch?
Oh my.
Chimpanzees, not gorillas. Chimpanzees.
Well, didn't Jane Goodall? Didn't you go hang out with the gorillas? Am I wrong?
I thought.
Yeah, that's. I'm old. I made an old joke. See, Sandy got it. Sandy felt me. She knew what I was pointing toward. Anyway, I'm kidding. I love.
We're not even chimpanzees. We're guinea pigs because she's experimenting on us.
I don't see
she
myself.
Is not sparing.
I don't see that. I think what's happening in TLC is really important. I think this transformation is really important. So as I've shared my work, very occasionally, I've, especially with my grant funding organization, who I still need to spend my grant. So we'll just be doing a big push to once I get the paperwork figured out and stuff. But I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. As I've needed to share, like, this is the place where I'm doing this research. This is very important. This is the type of transformation I've seen here. Very sort of small scale. I've shared what's in my IRB that I can share, which is this little corner of the internet. And because whenever I first started, Paul and I had that email exchange. Sorry, which we might want to talk about over time, but where Paul was kind of like chill with me doing this research. So I've shared, but also at the same time, I don't want to go like, you know, I don't want to. So the people who I've shared, sorry, I had to go back and look at my terms specifically to be like, okay, I can share this channel and that channel and the other, but so I've done some sharing, but I really try to keep it quiet. You know, I don't know if that answers your question, Lance.
No, one of the things, and this is what I wanted to jump in here instead of being, I'm a smart ass, sarcastic, make bad jokes guy. So I started off there. You know, one of the things that I've been reflecting on, just watching my kids get involved in certain things or whatever in this whole thing. I think one of the most unique things about what happened in this corner was Paul was the signal that pulled everyone together, right?
Sure.
And then people congregated on Discord. And it was a small group for it was a small group. And so a lot of the faces you see here got to know each other, you know, off public viewing,
Sure.
Shared in real dialogue, conversation, hashed things out, trust was built, friendships were built. And then all of a sudden, people started doing their own YouTube channels, kind of inspired by Paul with Jacob and others. And then so this high trust environment ended up coming out into YouTube.
Sure.
So people were seeing conversations with high trust individuals, some of which had even met people online or in real life.
Yeah.
But when you're talking and talking and talking for 2, 3, 4 years in a private online environment before you come out into the public sphere, like I would venture to say, like, I would almost, my intuition is that this is really extremely unique. And then that small private conversations and relational things, listen, people don't agree with each other. Like if you were in those little chats, like there were very heated disagreements against people that have become extremely close friends, right? Paul, the spirit of good faith, whimsical conversation, even disagreeing, like his spirit infected everyone in terms of these conversations. Like there's a way to do it, and there's a way that actually kind of offends the spirit of the group, right? That eventually if you're too offended and you can't have conversation without always having a beef with someone and needing to attack them and try and win, those people don't really enjoy it very well, because eventually people kind of get tired of it. You know what I mean? And kind of whatever. But I think that's, as you really think about the genesis, that is really unique, which allows this public thing. And I think that's why this public thing has stayed together for so long, the YouTube stuff. And you see this. And so the incubation period in that environment is the fruit of that. And I'm sure there probably are, but I don't know. Like, I don't know that anybody else had that long of a gestation period in that kind of high trust off public environment.
I love that emphasis on high trust. That's something I haven't really been thinking about, that I think is maybe really a crucial variable, because we can all kind of imagine a world in which, you know, people get together all the time. And we can wonder, like, is it the frequency of contact that's building trust? Or is it the fact that we're talking about religion and there's a pastor and we have these associations in our society of like, oh, we can be trusting in this environment. I mean, there's just all sorts of questions, but we can also imagine a world in which you don't have quite that same level of trust. And especially...
But Claire, every city is built around a temple. Every city has to be built around the temple.
Yeah, but it's in the temple square where people can rob you the best.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, that's where we are, and that's why ultimately I think I had to get down to the religious level, because I was also trying to understand what's going on here, and ultimately the conversation, in order to trust other people, you do need to have like this vertical dimension of, okay, there is a God, there is theology undergirding all of this stuff.
I
And
don't
that's
understand why you have to have that.
what,
Like I don't understand. Maybe I've misread you, but I heard you kind of saying you have to basically have a God in order to have this trust and this horizontal trust.
yeah. You
What
do?
about all the non-religious and atheists and questioning and in the middle sort of people that we see?
I don't believe in atheists.
You'll worship something. And I think what we're seeing now, I think this is people, what someone would posit now, Clara,
Sure.
is like Jordan Peterson talked a lot about the only way a society works is if there's a common trust and something that binds, right? So people can trust each other and interact and so on and so forth. And if you look at throughout history, there was always been some sort of sacred centering, right? That drives, because morality and this other thing isn't going to work. And so where the United States was loosely centered around, let's just say a Christian center. So even if you were left or right, just don't, whatever, Democrat, Republican, at least they were still going to church with one another. And there was this common sense, which drove senses of how to act with one another and so on and so forth. What we've replaced now, and Paul Vanderklay plays this clip over and over and over of Tim Keller that talked about, as soon as we separated the church from the public square and we said, you can believe these things here privately, but you can't bring them out publicly, right? What's filled the vacuum is this, and the trust is now you had this, what's happened is basically a secular atheist morality or whatever it is. And then all of a sudden we realized now they tried to push this down on everyone else because they became the arbiters of you can't cancellation and you can't do this and that. And this is what this is. And so what has come down right now, and you know this just living with it, whether it doesn't matter what spectrum you're on right now, we are living in an extremely low trust environment. We can't trust experts. We can't trust media. We can't trust far right people. They have what they're doing has some sort of evil thing around it. You can't trust far left people because clearly their motives are evil and they don't see. Whereas the Scott Adams 2 movie screens. So I would venture to say what people liked about talking here is we're living in this such a low trust environment.
Yeah.
Right. People are craving places where you can actually have like, hey, I trust this is a good faith person that even though we disagree,
sure,
and I'm willing to have my worldview challenged. So you will be in conversations here where someone has a worldview or a position or a religious belief that actually contradicts yours at a core level, that if it shifted, your whole house of cards would come down. You kind of have to be able to be the sort of person that can hang in this and be friends with someone like that, and also have enough, not that you don't have your mind changed. I've had my mind changed dramatically in this space, but you have to be able to be in here and not have that poke somewhere deep to cause some sort of cognitive dissonance and so on and so forth. So I do think that, so then coming back to the trust of what this thing is, like I would say that what binds us is not the religiosity or these sorts of things. I do think that the binding is trust and, dare I say, love.
Everyone is
think about that, Sam, with Paul as the center of this. And Mark, I'm curious with you, when I say that you see trust and love exhibited here, does that sound true?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Singing somewhere through the lonely night. Sorry. Well, the reason I wanted to pop on was to say hi, Lance. You were the first in TLC that I became aware of, and you kind of dragged me in, as it were, just from the power of your personality. So, bless you for that. Thank you. I think this is my first time saying hi to Clara, so hi. And this is definitely my first time saying hi to Sandy, so hi. And exactly what you said, I don't have the words for this, some kind of love and binding in a beautiful way, something. I don't know. Sorry, my daughter wants to speak.
Thoughts on love and binding, thoughts on, okay, one of my observational places the last 4 years has been, let's see, by the time I found here, already 8 years past divorce and many more years past the reasons for the divorce, and jumping straight into this somewhat intense religious context of discussion where we may head off into side streams, but the estuary that Paul and John Van Donk and you and like all those people started talking about as a way to frame a lot of this, it's a very definite ecosystem that looks at things from the context of, can't this, need that, can't do that myself. I need communion. I need, if you don't believe in a savior, at least, a hero or somebody to walk with you along the way, all those different memes of various, the movies have done it quite over and over and over again. And it always has, if not a happy ending, a satisfying ending. And I don't necessarily disagree with the fact that there is intense beauty involved, but we have debated high and low what that term means, especially among the different categories of religious groupings. I mostly keep my opinion on beauty and whatnot to myself. Hello, sweetheart. You have to get better. Oh, yes. Okay, sorry. Have to share my heart with the dog for a moment. And sometimes I think we come to a conclusion too quickly. We treat it like any other meeting that we're in, and we want to come to a resolution, some form of agreement, and whether or not it's a perfect agreement, we're going to make it. We're going to set it down, and we're going to do something with it and go on from there. That hasn't been satisfying for me in the same way it has for others. I've spent far too much of the last 40 years overthinking a lot of things, almost 50 years, I guess, by now. Good grief. Because of all those layers and the identity and the things that I was pointing out to Clara. I love that place. I love the energy of that place. Even on days when I show up here in 2022 and I'm like crying on Jacob's stream and being, and vetting this place where it's like, well, it's not technically proper to allow somebody to be on your live stream sobbing, but I think this might be a good example for other people. So let's do it. And I'm like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is a place that I can be, because that's, in many respects, the places I have been, and the things that endear me to the people who go, I do not want your life. And yet I want to be in your life. And I was sharing with somebody just a day or so ago in a context. about what I'm saying about how things resolve or don't resolve, and how or why we stay in places that may not be places of trust. You know, and one of the things I shared was, well, we were talking about getting kicked out of my sister's last Thanksgiving and driving for 7 hours home and getting home at 1 a.m. And then I shifted from there to, yeah, visiting John the last few months before he died, but my ex-husband, and him saying, I don't know why you're being so good to me. If we're only waiting for places of trust, if we only wait for places of trust, those places where I can say to my sister, I am so proud of you. You are not that person that feels comfortable going, I cannot deal with this right now. Please go home, get out, you know, and mean it. Or say to John, because of life, because of faith, because of God, because of all the reasons we were and were not coping in different aspects of our life. What's not to be good to you about? You know, and people will say, so many people turn in a bad experience to places of vengeance or things. I listen, if I can, to every one of Jacob's Iran updates, because there are so many people in the world that have a much better grasp of living well in non-trust environments than we do, because we either don't get the practice or we don't understand the opportunity when it's presented to us. Maybe because it doesn't seem like that. But while I do agree that like this place you're describing and the beauty, that is life-giving. But I cannot survive on only that. And I'm going to pop out within the next 5 minutes, just a heads up, because I have writing workshop for critiquing some things I wrote and other people wrote at noon.
Maybe just in this conversation, Sandy, that's really, I mean, whenever you share, I kind of feel like that's really beautiful. Just every time you share, I'm like, wow, Sandy just has this way. And Jacob's poor dog. But as people are talking, I know this poor dog. But the thing that's coming to me is again, people are saying like safety and hospitality. I don't know if anyone said that, but I felt it. Trust, love, honesty. And then I'm hearing in my brain, just in my kind of emotions workshop, like, it's not that people don't want this kind of hard iron on iron kind of stuff. It's that they can do that and not have shame. And I feel like that promotes this kind of, I don't know, that's where this is going for me. I'm hearing we can do this, we can say what we really think, we can be what we really are, and then.
So you asked, Clara, about rituals of coming online, coming on the stream.
Yeah.
One of the ways that we figured out we can actually keep things civil and relational is turn on your camera so people can see your face. Use actual human names, right? That's the big thing in my community, on my channel, right? I don't want to call you uneducated philosopher or clarifications or whatever, right?
I'm not close enough, Jacob. Come on.
No, well, it is, but it's not.
We know you, Clara, so you've passed the minimum bar.
We don't share this too.
But your name is Claire, and this is part of what I told Gavin. Look, I have had dinner. I have been in Luke's basement with his son and him. He it wasn't just me and his son.
This could go dark places.
Right. They saw the opportunity out and abandoned me.
Wrong. I think Ron's in a basement.
Okay, wait. So was that just a hate on uneducated philosopher, or did you have a point?
He knows his real name.
My point is,
That's
the internet.
that's
with
not a hate on anybody.
The anonymity is part of what causes the problems. The fact you're not actually talking with a person, looking into their eyes, and calling them by their actual name allows people to wear these masks on the internet that easily become very, very hateful.
These are prescription.
Okay, Jacob, I don't entirely. Well, I hardly disagree with you.
One
Maybe
thing,
a tiny
and then
bit,
I'm going to
but
sign out.
I think I'm a bad example because I show myself. You know my name. You know where I live. You blah blah blah. Okay, I'm not hiding
Right.
here.
Oh, I wasn't.
No.
No.
I see. That's why I said it's not hate, but I do see this
Nobody
play
comes
out
on
in
my channel who's
Facebook groups. Mhm. People who use their names on a daily basis in various Facebook groups, when they want to get really, really ugly, they post under anonymous. And everybody freaks out and demands that they post under their real name if they're going to say what they need to say. I see it every day, and I value what Jacob's pointing at here. It's not just what is showing on the screen. He'd like if our names show on the screen, but he knows your names. You admit to your names. You are speaking with the camera as who you are, and people need that. They desperately need that. And I'm so
I'm
sorry. I really
didn't
do
need
have to go
explain
to
that.
Clara, could you write a paper on anonymity on the internet?
There's a lot out there on anonymity. I want to say. I feel like if I did sort of a deep dive, you could see what other people have said.
Jordan Peterson.
That would be interesting, and share it with us.
Jordan
You do the research, you share it with us because we're all lazy.
Jordan Peterson went on a crusade against the anonymity. He really did, and I agreed with him.
I still think I'm a bad example of anonymity.
Oh, you are.
Jacob.
No. I wasn't.
Yeah,
no.
you're
you
not
are.
one of those people.
Yeah.
We know you, Mark.
Yeah.
You are well known.
No. I like. Yeah, that wasn't a specific thing at you. You were the only one on here who didn't actually have a full name. Like, and even that, I mean, I called you Mark, you know. So I wasn't that.
It's Mark Jackson, by the way.
Miss Jackson.
I could bore you with my family history for the name Jackson, but maybe not now.
No, but like we do know you're in Tbilisi, you know, and you know, and one of these days, Ron Copperman is going to actually show up to something so we can actually meet him.
You showing up to things.
I'm just an AI bot. I'm a good one, and I'm social, but I'm a bot. Sorry. And I'm
Ron, come visit me.
actually I was going to go to Chad's cookout. I'm not. Yeah, Chad had it.
You're droiding, Ron.
And showed up.
Sorry, Ron, you're
second.
droiding again. Turn off your video.
These are not the droids you are looking for.
Now
Okay.
try talking. Yeah.
Okay, testing. I am not a robot. Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Yes, we
Okay.
can hear you.
All right, cool. So I was going to go to Chad's cookout. No kidding, because Mark S invited me, and last time I met somebody, it was in Chicago. I lived at the Kumbaya House, and that's how I met Clara, and then got to hang out with her in real life. And oh, by the way, it's going to be happening again soon, I hope, when it's convenient for you. And yeah, I mean, I'd like to meet Jacob Federecci and argue. Like, dude, I'd like to argue with you. Like, I would lose so bad, but it would be fun.
You're always welcome to Los Angeles, Ron.
Yeah. Listen, I'm into doing stupid things, and I've done far stupider things so than I have So I need to balance that out.
You're droiding again,
So
Ron.
yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Basically, I would like to come to LA and visit you, and it's seriously on my mind. Just to meet everybody again. It's fun hanging out in real life. So, what are you guys talking about? What's the shtick?
We're writing Clara's dissertation for her because she's
yeah.
and a plagiarist.
Yeah. Okay.
Ron, I don't actually know what we're talking about, but we are talking.
All right. Nice. I can do that. No, it sounds like you're talking about relationality and the internet. Yeah.
What Jacob's eating. The rest of us are just like, I don't know what we're talking about. Something. We're talking. We're just chatting. There we go. We're just chatting.
Yeah.
That's the name of the podcast. Yeah.
Luke just had that title. I don't think you can use it.
I think Jacob got there first.
Clara is a sociologist. She goes to one of the top universities in the world and is one of the top sociologists in the world studying internet culture.
In the universe.
Well, it's true, isn't it, Clara? You're one of the top academicians studying internet culture anywhere. You're an expert, right?
I'm not sure if he's teasing you or not now, Clara.
Let's reframe this, Jacob.
Just assume he's teasing you.
I am and I'm not.
I'm fabulous, but no. I'm trying to write my dissertation. I'm refraining from using 4-letter words on stream. It's going great. Everybody here has been very supportive about the fact that I've dropped in and asked them to write my dissertation for me. They're totally cool with it. They don't mind. Everybody, I'll be expecting your chapters henceforth. It'd be great.
If you finish your dissertation before Yosef finishes his, I am going to make so much fun of that man because his dissertation was supposed to be done 4 years ago.
Oh my goodness!
It takes the time. It takes the time it takes. Okay, you gotta wait for the music to speak.
He is working full time, Jacob. Eddie is a family man.
Yeah, he has 2 kids, Clara. Get chopping.
Excuse you, Jacob. Okay,
Joseph, I'm sticking up for you here. Let it be noted on June 19th that I stuck up for Joseph.
Should I write a paper on something? Any suggestions? Give me a title, someone.
Yeah. Why don't you do a deep dive into anonymity and just go ahead and gather all the sociological literature on anonymity online?
Oh, no, I don't want to do research. I just want to make shit up.
See? The man knows sociology.
Okay, there's the academic discipline, all right? If I was going to make shit up, I wouldn't have spent the last however many years studying you.
You could have.
You know, because Jacob is
the problem. No, I seriously, I have to say, and I said this to, when I destroyed you with facts and logic. Was I think sociology is incredibly important, which is why I am so angry at academia for doing what it has to sociology.
Jacob, you're a licensed professional now. Do you have a license? I assume that by having graduated, you.
Well, yeah. So I'm an associate. I don't have a free and independent license. I have a license. I have just enough knowledge to be dangerous. So.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Do you guys really mind that I'm eating? I'm kind of hungry.
Oh, I'm making eggs right now. I'll show you stuff that killed my wife.
I'm having chicken nuggets with yellow sauce.
Oh my god!
I believe that's what the British call mustard, right? Yellow sauce.
Yeah, probably. But I'm happy to make shit up. So you go ahead, Annie.
So,
Andrew is here
Jacob,
in spirit,
I,
Jacob.
I have a question for you, Jacob. Would it be fair to call Clara Jane Goodall and We Are the Chimps, in which she is studying?
We've said the exact same thing.
We
By
have
the
the
way,
same bad sense of humor, Ron. I made the same joke.
Speaking of people whose weddings I went to, Matthew and Jason, both of whom have not produced any babies yet. So just saying.
God, you sound like a Jewish mother. Stop it. When am I going to have grandchildren?
Jacob, I got married in an IKEA and I didn't invite you, so I don't owe you any children.
This is true. This is true. You don't owe me children. You actually sent me a baby pic, so like I'm gonna count it.
Just wanna.
But no, I mean, look, I have actually been thinking about, okay, what is a measurement of success for what we're doing here, right? And frankly, the measurement of success I have come to is babies. That is actually the measurement of success. I believe that's the best measurement of actual real world results of whatever it is we are doing here is babies.
Okay, since you're writing my paper, if
Yeah.
baby's a success, what is failure?
Failure is babies. No, and honestly, this is from an evolutionary biological standpoint, right? Ultimately, I think you have to. The question becomes how far into the future can you project your what you are, your life, right? And that's so yeah, babies are babies. They are the measure of evolutionary success. So I am taking a biological evolutionary view of it.
What if you help raise other people's kids?
I do. I don't have any kids. So
Yeah,
You change more diapers than me, Ron.
So, well, I don't know. I didn't know your kid poops. I'm joking.
I gave it spinach the other day. There was spinach in his poop. I kid
So
you not.
you see this this frame right here. This was a present that somebody sent me, and it says in Hebrew, "Kol hamelamed et ben chavero Torah ma'aleh alav hakatuv ke'ilu yilado." It's from the Talmud, Sanhedrin 19. I don't know if it's 19a or 19b. It doesn't matter. But well, it does matter. But which translates to anyone who teaches someone else's child Torah, it's as if he has given birth to him, right? And like he sent it to me because like I do put such a stress on children, and I don't have my own children, you know, and to the degree that I am able to help other people raise their children, I feel like that is my salvation.
I like that. I don't know about salvation, but I get what you're saying. I think that's pretty cool. I was too crazy to have kids up until I got saved. So now it's too late to have critters. But I help out other people.
I'm still too crazy to have kids, so
right.
I can't even take care of a dog. So
well, they won't put you in jail for not taking care of a dog. Well, you know what I mean.
In Los Angeles, they'll
put you down.
Yeah.
Okay. I stand corrected. Well, I just came on to say hi to everybody.
It's good
Happy
seeing you.
Saturday. I got the day off. I've got the day off because of Juneteenth, which I'm cool with.
There you
And
go.
I was celebrating Juneteenth before anybody else. Like I was talking about Juneteenth like at least a dozen years ago, because I seriously believe that it's what the Republican Party should be pointing to. It is a Republican, it is a Republican holiday where we celebrate the defeat of the Democrats in during the Civil War.
right, okay, got ya. But
Yeah.
wouldn't it? And I'm asking this. I'm not just trying to be contrarian. Would dude? I'll formulate it better. I'm just trying to figure out who was a Democrat and who's a Republican back then, and what would they be now?
Abraham Lincoln was the first Republican president.
The worst?
First.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
We're both eating at the same time. Okay. Oh,
We
the
are.
first. I gotcha.
The Republican Party was founded to abolish slavery, and it did, and it passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 against
I
the
remember
objectives of the Democrats, and we defeated the militias of the Democratic Party, which is the KKK, and
Right.
to where we are now, where the fascists who call themselves anti-fascists, the neo-Nazis, I mean the literal Nazis, like a party that can nominate somebody with a Totenkopf tattoo on his chest, like, we know who the Nazis are. I'm trying to poke Clara and she's not even reacting. This is so unfair.
I was specifically not reacting, and I
I
know
figured.
better. Okay, Jacob, I know better.
You do know better.
Me
You're
too.
learning. You're learning.
Me too. I know better, and I'm coming at it from a different angle. I'm just not touching out with the 10-foot pole. Jacob is willing to touch third rails that I just am not unwilling to do.
Jacob operates on the third rail.
Yeah, but generally,
Well, I can't afford electricity. Come on. Where else am I going to get the electricity?
but what people don't realize is actually, and Sherry points this out all the time, Jacob is most passionate and zealous where he sees an injustice and it comes from a place of love. So when you see
Right.
him go all in on things like penal substitutionary atonement or other things, when he gets his most passionate or when he's most frustrated with an individual,
Right.
it comes from a place where he sees that there is a great suffering or something that is going on. And that's what really motivates him if you actually see it. So his most irascible self, if you actually go to the root cause of what's causing that irascibility, there is a fundamental place that he comes from.
Right.
When you think about it, I am very much like Jesus.
Yes, you are.
You
Absolutely.
are in his image, Jacob. We're just waiting.
Oh my Lord. First time I met Jacob was like an MMA match and I was just getting beat with words. It was pretty intense, but I didn't understand him. Now I do. But so anyhow, I'm going to bounce. Happy Juneteenth. It was just great seeing everyone. And Claire, I will hit you up next time I'm going to Ohio and possibly hang out. Bye, guys.
See you, Ron. I'm going to drop off too. This isn't the right place for it. It's, of course, people are working outside. Maybe a separate Iran update stream.
I mean,
we got to wait a few more days.
No, I would do an Iran update, and maybe I will restart the stream, but it's very rare we get a special guest like Clara. I mean,
No.
Busy,
This is incredible. I'm not trying to stop that at all. And also, this has a nice It's had a nice telos, as you guys were talking earlier, consistency. So I didn't want to do that. And I just selfishly like to talk about those things. But anyway, I enjoyed coming on, Clara. I was doing that. I wanted to share the trust thing that kind of happened down there. And I got to get go for a little bit. But if you do something in the next few days, just let me know, Jacob.
Well, I probably will after this, although I do have a meeting at 11. But yeah. Okay. Talk to you later.
Right.
Thanks,
Good luck,
Mike.
Clara.
Thank you.
We've been going for like 2 hours. I'm surprised you can still keep on going.
Well, I don't have to by any means.
Oh, I love it. Like, now.
Yeah, I just got to take a couple breaks there. Jacob, I love talking to you.
You do?
Of course I do.
But I'm such a prickly pear.
You're Christ-like, if I want to quote you to yourself. No, but and thinking about that, okay, joining streams is one thing, but how do you leave them? Do you just disappear like Josh or whoever did, that first guy?
So you may have noticed I turned off my video sometimes.
Yeah.
Right. So, for example, Lucky was hungry, so I turned off my video and I went. And if the conversation is going well enough and I need to go to the bathroom, I could take myself off screen or I could say something, but I can just turn off the video, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Luke. That is precisely how you be less wrong.
Wait, does that mean that I'm more wrong than Luke? What? I don't understand.
No. You are definitely more right than Luke.
Well, I don't know. I like Luke too. Is he Christ-like? Or is everybody Christ-like?
Luke is not at all Christ-like. I love him because God told me I must. But like the Luke needs to figure shit out, and I would very much like him to figure things shit out. But like there are certain things with Luke. Look, you know where you stand with me.
He's a nice guy doing a stream talking about kitty cats or something.
Yeah.
I'm kind of hurt. I can feel a physical pain, Jacob.
That what?
This comment, this here, probably no greater insult. I'm feeling a physical, yeah.
Look, I've brought this up with Luke several times, right? The only person who's actually physically threatened me in a way that I thought if we were in real life, he would actually hit me is Luke.
I didn't realize I was treading on a landmine. I'm sorry.
No, you're not. You're not. Like I realize. No, I mean that you can check the tape, but like the only one who like actually threatened me, it was over the internet in a way that I was like, you know what? If we were in real life, I actually think he would have hit me. Is Luke. And the person who, so a while back, food truck Emily, she started spouting off really anti-Semitic tropes to the point where I felt it was necessary to say, Jess the Peacemaker.
I heard you guys were fighting.
Well, we aren't really.
No.
Where I felt it was necessary, and I thought I had enough cachet in this community to say this is anti-Semitism, and I think this is a problem. And Luke was the most dismissive person. He's like, well, she's my friend, and you're my friend, and so I'm just gonna continue being friends. And it's like, you don't understand. Like, part of my project here is, as a Jew, trying to trying to create a community where anti-Semitism isn't welcome, right? And like, he still hasn't taken responsibility for that.
At Jason's wedding, did you arm wrestle him?
I did not. I'm too.
We
weak.
all arm wrestled Luke, and you didn't.
I didn't.
Dang, you should have.
See,
I think Luke beat him.
this is the thing. This is the thing that, like, okay, you can feel she was being anti-Semitic without her feeling like she was, but it's not just about feelings. At some point, like, Luke says this thing where he's like, I hope to be the man that if my wife was being murdered, I wouldn't kill the guy, right? Because he wants to be a Christian pacifist. Well, I mean, it's complete incoherence, right? Because I hope he isn't the man he claims he is. I would not want to see his, yeah, and you don't care to know the details, Luke, because, and that's the difference between your community and my community. In my community, I make sure I have mods in my community to make sure we take care of people. When I haven't heard from somebody for a while, I actually check up on them. Because unlike you, Luke, I actually care about people. I don't just say
That's not fair.
No, that is fair.
Luke checks up on me all the time if I'm gone for a week. He always sends me
I am very glad to hear that, Just. I am very.
And I
glad
know I'm not the only one,
I
because
kind of
he
find
does
that.
that all the time for other people.
Who does?
Luke.
So, it is genuinely surprising to me.
I'm not surprised. I'll defend him. I'll defend Luke on that. That's not fair.
So how's that for your dissertation?
Well, I regret upsetting things. I'm worried that
I don't think you upset anything. I don't think you upset anything. But I
am interested in this. I mean, again, if this is too much,
it is not too much.
Well, I'm interested in this this question of like physical violence. Would you talk to Luke like online but not in person? Like,
I've been
They were at Jason's wedding. They've met.
I
in
was
person.
at Jason's wedding. I have been.
They got along
to
great.
Luke. I have been. Look, as a man, you kind of like, and I think one of the first things we talked about was I said to you, Camille Paglia's discussion with Jordan Peterson, right? I think that is a seminal discussion, and one of the things that they focus on is the difference between male and female relationships, and male relationships always have that aspect of the physical. I really don't think I do, Jay. Like, people say that, but it's not like when we were in real life. Like, Jess, was I any less willing to tell people that I don't believe in Christianity, or, you know?
I mean, we didn't. I mean, we spent like several hours together, but like, we didn't get into debates or anything. Like, everything was fun. Like, we were at a wedding. We were, yeah. It was contextual, and it was, you know. So I didn't see your how I interact with you online or see you interacting online. Well, first of all, you're always nice to me. I've never had a bad interaction with you, but like this side of you getting on Luke like this, that I didn't see that in real life. But I mean, I don't doubt that you would do that in real life, and I don't think you're playing a part here online, but I think you're being unfair to him.
Luke, you actually did. Like, there's videotape of it. Sorry. No, but I think this is part of the difference between, look, online, yeah, you can say things. And that's what Luke was saying to me. He was like, "You wouldn't say this online because I would hit you," and I'm like, "I actually believe you." But the fact is, I think it's important. Like, there's a reason why yesterday when Gavin came on, I did tell him I think penal substitutionary atonement is truly satanic. I really do. And I said that to him. Right? Because I do that. And the people who know me in real life, I mean, the people in Los Angeles, they've seen me in real life. Matthew Parlato has slept on my couch. Tayo has slept on my couch. Well, he slept in my bed. I slept on the couch.
Sure.
So I mean, people. I often hear you're so different, Jacob, in real life. I don't think I actually am, but I mean, to the degree that I am, it's certainly definitely inadvertent. Jess, what do you want to say?
I don't know. I was just coming on to say hey, and then just walked into you bashing Luke, saying he was gonna hit you in real life. I don't think Luke would do it.
I hope not. But
what do you mean you hope not? It just seems ridiculous to me.
No, this is part of the thing. Is Luke says a lot of things that he ultimately, I don't see him living out what he says. I don't.
That's not true either.
I've given my example. All I can do is like give it my examples. That's what I have seen.
I did watch your when Gavin came on. That was fun.
It was.
Do you want me to speak my mind honestly?
Please speak your mind honestly.
I don't know. Luke gets a lot of shit for reasons I don't understand. To me, he seems like a very nice man, and I disagree with some of the stuff he says, but it's like, yeah, whatever. He's got this more intellectual relationship with God, and I have a more emotional relationship. But anyway, people rag on him. People rag on you, Jacob. That I completely understand, because you can be very irritating, and you know that, and I think you like it.
I don't like it, honestly. Sometimes I feel it is a Jordan Peterson thing. It's not fun being the bad guy. It's not fun.
You don't have to be the bad guy.
Yeah, somebody has to be the bad guy.
Oh God, that's so Israeli. That's so Jewish.
Right. Yes, it is, because you have to, when you have had the experiences that we have, right? It's learned from experience, right? If you, like, I've always said this. I came to the United States, right? And I envied the naivete of my friends and people around me. And I still envy the naivete, but am I supposed to call it not naivete if there are actual wolves around, and you do the Luke thing of saying, oh, I want to be a Christian pacifist and an anarchist, and my wife will not get murdered.
Sorry, that last sentence? and my
Wife
life
will not get murdered.
My wife.
Yes. 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 If we lived without it, like if you defund the police, guess what's going to happen? Yeah.
But
that's real life, Mark. That's real life.
I know, I get it, but
it's perfectly fine for somebody to walk around and be an advocate for Christian pacifism, where, you know, where it's like, yeah, if somebody's killing Jacob, I, as a Christian pacifist, really shouldn't get involved because God, like that's something I should find moral.
I get what you're saying, but that doesn't mean you have to be an arsehole.
Yes, it actually does, Mark. It actually does.
Really?
Yes, Mark. Because if you're not an asshole, if you're not the person who's saying, no, Christian pacifism isn't a beautiful thing, it's actually evil, guess what? You end up with Christian pacifists who let the Nazis murder people.
No, I agree with that, but okay, guys, take a deep breath. This is reality. There are some really shitty people, and they will do really shitty fucking things. I get that. But I can still lift myself above it. And what you're saying is you can't lift yourself above it. And that's our argument.
But hold on. Okay, so Luke says, this is classic. If you disagree with me, you're evil. There are plenty of people who disagree with me about a lot of things. That's not, see, this is the thing. He doesn't actually think about what people are saying, right? No, I am not saying you're evil because you would disagree with me. I'm saying you're evil because you're evil. When you teach universalism, that's evil. When you teach pacifism, that's evil. And me rising above it by being, frankly, I would say a coward, not willing to actually stand up against evil ideas that will destroy the world, that's cowardice. That's not rising above.
Well, you just confused me there. Cowardice is not rising above. Is that what you said?
No, cowardice is claiming that you're rising above and not actually confronting evil ideas like universalism, like like universalism, like pacifism, like the Trinity and penal substitutionary atonement. Luke, I will have you on if you apologize when you get on.
I'm all right. So I don't know. It was going to take a while, but I am going to go find the stream when all this went down, because I think we basically have to now. Okay. And I will totally admit I was angry. I was angry. I don't and I don't even, oh man, I just had a conversation with somebody this weekend with how to apologize. Let me see if I can do it. It's so hard to actually do well. I think I have to think about it. I think I have to think about the apology because I really, like, in a Jordan Peterson way, I don't want to say shit I don't mean.
Well, I
want to be
meant
careful with my words.
For the fact today you took me off stream as I was talking, like, and it wasn't just a funny thing to do. It was because you were upset that I was disagreeing with you. Yes, you were upset that I was disagreeing with you.
No, it's No, it's because I want to curate a certain tone of the conversation, different things, and I don't want to get off on tangents. See, like this is also the thing. I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm not sorry I did it.
Okay. He's not sorry you did it.
Revenge is a dish best served up cold.
No, it's not revenge. It really isn't. Like he seriously, like, he says things, but he never lives them. He doesn't actually live them. And I try to love him because God says I must love him. And I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's severely misguided. I think he tries to do the right thing, but because he has zero practice actually living it out, like, he ends up advocating for things that are actually evil. Hello, Tayo.
I have to say, Jacob, I disagree with a lot of stuff you say, but I admire your cojones.
I don't see Jacob being much different online than it is in real life, to be very honest with you. And I've met him in real life.
He slept in my bed. He's one of the very few people who have slept in my bed.
Not me.
He took the couch. Get your man out of the gutter, I've mind.
Hey, Teo.
Tayo, so I'll tell you a story. Tayo was the first person to get me to purchase marijuana.
Can confirm. Can confirm.
I had never purchased marijuana before, and it was all his fault.
I too had never purchased marijuana in a store that was legal, so I could not pass up that experience. And thank you, Jacob. Not only did he purchase it, he paid for it. He bought me it. So
you didn't pay me back. You were
nothing illegal here.
I think to this day I still owe Jacob however much a Q was. I think it was 50.
Yeah, you still owe me $60.
Gentlemen.
And your shoes are still in my closet.
I'll donate to the Fountain of Comfort. That's more important.
Gentlemen, Clara has been sitting here quietly for the last hour, and I love to know what's on her mind.
Well, I don't want to interrupt this, but I do wonder what Luke would have said if he kept going. So there's a piece of me that's just like, what would Luke have said? I don't know. So I'm all the way back there. I'm sorry. So you all smoked weed together? What happened there?
No.
I
did smoke with Grizz, so I've got that on my badge.
Yeah, there's a reason why I live in California and I have purchased marijuana, precisely one, and it was just for Tayo. One.
It was when the Brits came over.
In my entire life. Yeah.
Back to Luke though, because Luke is very emotional and Luke feels things deeply, and especially conflict and when he feels like he's being misrepresented. So I'm sure Luke currently is feeling a great deal of hurt. But at the same time, this isn't, and Jacob is not saying anything new about Luke that he's not said before to Luke in Discord, on live streams, in text chats, I'm sure everywhere. So this isn't news to Luke about how Jacob feels about him. But
one thing I can say is people should never be surprised about what I say about them. This is one of the reasons why the people who are on the spectrum actually trust me, because they know that I'm and it is one of the things that I specifically do for the people who are on the spectrum, right? Is on my Discord, there is a very specific hierarchy, and you know exactly where you stand in the hierarchy on my Discord.
This is part of the reason why ultimately Luke won the war, the TLC war, because the TLC is shaped more in the image of Luke than in the image of Jacob. And it's why Jacob left.
Wait, there was a TLC war? I missed it.
Yeah.
Can you explain?
It came in after.
The great migration from Discord to streaming did not go seamlessly. That's why there
Well,
are many
it never
different,
was. I mean, that was part of like it was one of the most difficult things for me to do was wage the just chatting wars. And like I tried my best. And yeah, the forces of chaos won, I have to say. But
Yeah.
it wasn't Luke who won it, it was Nate who won it. And ultimately, it was one of the reasons why there's the Jordan Peterson sphere and there's TLC. Like, and I hate to say it, but like, I think my community is a lot healthier than the TLC. It might not be as large, but I think it's a lot healthier.
So yeah, Clara, for your paper, if and when it does come out, do you know that there are communities within communities, and not every community gets along within themselves? And the Pittenson sphere and this little corner are two such.
So what happened with the first Breakwater conference was that there was an online component to it, which ended up, I mean, it was around the time Joey Antonassi ended up leaving. And there's been, no, this was actually before the Bible studies, Jason, our Bible studies. So I'll give an example because I like to give concrete examples. Like, Luke on his stream was talking about thislittlecorner.com, the search engine. Right. Luke's like, oh, it's great. Yeah, what'd you do to make sure that it catches on and it stays working and it exists? Like, I have expended serious social capital keeping that website going, which Luke is oblivious to. And the fact that site has been close to going down many times, and frankly, it might go down any day now again, right? Is something that a lot of people don't concern themselves with. This is part of my real disagreements with Paul Vanderklay, which I have had out with him privately as well, right? It's like, Paul, this is something important. Take care of it. And he refuses, right? Just like he refuses to take responsibility for Bridges of Meaning. He refuses to take, like, I was listening to him talk about how much Cassidy and Ferdy might have gone under in order to have the Breakwater Festival, and he's happy to let them hold the bag. Whereas I set up a nonprofit, and I've been for the past 2 years trying to raise money to possibly spend on and not leave anybody holding the bag, because I would feel bad if somebody was left holding the bag. Whereas Paul just says he would feel bad if somebody was holding the bag. But if you actually feel bad, guess what? Actually do something about it. Right? And yeah, there's a lot of plumbing that goes on behind this flotilla. There's a lot of plumbing. And I try to do the plumbing, And frankly, I whinge about it only to get other people. The bag might be tens of thousands of dollars. I don't know how much she ended up spending, but I have $10,000 in the fountain, closer to 15,000 actually now, in the Fountain of Comfort bank account, and that's I'm considering like $10,000 to throw into the conference to actually have a successful conference, right? And I have to thank everybody who donated that money over the past 2 years, right? But guess what? It's like lots and lots of my personal money and time has gone into creating Fountain of Comfort, right? No, this is not new. This is in no way new. This is so not new. Like, if you actually were the personalist that you say you are, this would be not new to you in any way. If you actually were able to see other human beings, if you had a face, in your words, like, okay, if you say so.
Okay, I'll say something or
Please.
something. I don't know. I'll feel the sound. Shall I sing? Shall we have a song?
Please. Songs are good.
Oh, the words have all been spoken, and somehow the feeling still wasn't right. And still we continued on through the night. Tracing our steps from the beginning until they vanished into the air. Trying to understand how our lives had led us there.
Your microphone is not having a lot of fun with the highs, unfortunately.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Damn it. There's in TLC there is a lot of wished love, and possibly it's misplaced, but it's there and it exists and it's alive, and we can catch it and grab hold of it and love it. And okay, some of it's naive, maybe, but I don't think we need to shoot it down.
I don't understand what you mean. I don't think we need to shoot it down. You mean people saying they love when their actions can. Okay, one of the songs I hate the most is "Imagine" by John Lennon.
Let me guess, John Lennon.
Yeah. "Imagine" by John Lennon. It's
awful.
I hate that song. There are very few things I actually hate. I hate that song. And do you know why I hate that song? Because
it's ridiculous.
It's such a beautiful song with such satanic words. It is so ugly. You know what I think of every time? Let me find this image. Hotel. This where's the this where is this? Come on. Where is this image? This image.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. I
Okay.
forget the word. It's an awful song.
This image is what I think of every time I think of that song. Mark, you know what this image is, right?
They did a protest by like lying in bed or something.
They had a bed in. Yeah, they had a bed in, right? Stay in bed, grow your hair. It was for peace. So they were at a hotel and they stayed in bed all day, and that was their protest.
Well done, them. That must have been hard work.
I mean, it's the pro-Hamas people with their pro-Hamas protests for peace, right?
I'm going to protest by watching the television all day.
Yeah. Like, this is, I mean, like, what can you say more than here is, imagine being that woman. Imagine being that woman wearing a uniform to come and change their sheets for them. When they took a break from lying in bed.
The poor souls. They didn't have much money at the time.
Yeah, that hotel room was like $500 a night. Which probably would be close to 1,000 now, right? Probably.
Oh, I think a bit more than that.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Like, and like if you're like, oh, just let them just let them do that thing that they do.
Oh,
right?
but Jacob, you don't understand. They want peace. They want everyone to just live happily together, and nobody has to. Everyone will just get along, and there's no force required for everyone to just get along. They'll just get along. It'll just happen if we just dream it. It'll just happen. Don't you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll just happen. Stop worrying about it. Just, we wish peace. Peace will happen. This is one I talk about the Trinity and the fact that to create a proper Trinity requires an external force, because that's how it works. It's not peace, man. Trinity, the voice of God, everything's beautiful. We love you. Mwah. It's like, no. You do this or we kick your ass. That's reality. Sorry, folks.
I mean, look, the hardest thing. So for my practicum, I was working in a locked ward, right? And
Say again.
For my practicum, for my master's degree, I was working in a locked psychiatric ward, a locked hospital ward. Yeah. And you know, there are times when somebody has to actually lay hands on the patients, right? And
Yep.
has to
Sorry, folks. That's reality.
has to lock them into the what we call the isolation room, and the doctor gives them what we refer to as an order, which is a cocktail of drugs to keep them down, right? And so one of the problems that psychiatric facilities have is
I know this. The problem is they don't listen to enough John Lennon.
is recruiting people to be the orderlies, be the person who actually puts their hand on the patients. And the problem,
the strong men, yeah.
The problem isn't that it's hard to find people who want to do the job. The problem is it's easy to find people who want to do the job.
Oh, that sounds really dark.
It
I
is.
misunderstood you.
No, it's very dark. You have to weed out the people who are there because they want. They're like, you're gonna pay me for this? Yeah, I'll strap them down.
Holy fuck! I believe you. I have seen some of the darkness, and it's not pretty. And so I have a reason. I think. I mean, it may be way darker than I think it is, but I think I have a reasonable base to reality. I don't know how to put it into words, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, what the most recent thing, and frankly, I don't recommend people look this up, but there was a case in France where this woman waived her right to privacy because of the things that her husband did. It will give you nightmares. I don't understand where he found 50 men willing to do those things to his wife. Like,
I don't know the story, and it sounds like I'm quite happy that I don't know this story.
Yeah.
Oh, we got some thunder going on here. It's pretty powerful.
The storms are a brewing. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But like, if you have to look the world, you have to see the world as it is if you want to make it how you wish it could be.
I think I agree with that. But I'll phrase it differently. You have to have your feet on the ground if you wish to walk something.
Yeah, no. So I mean, Paul Vanderklay talks about this, and frankly, like heaven and earth meet at the temple, right? And you have to have your feet on the ground in order to have your head in the heavens, right? And
yeah, but your head has to recognize that your feet's touching the ground. Otherwise, it's just God only knows where in Walt Disneyland or somewhere.
Yes. And you know, you have to be willing to do the work and make sure things get done and take care of those things and those people who needs taking care of. Right? And I mean, it's unfortunate. People like, and that was part of the reason why I was like, okay, I'm done with this TLC thing. And I'm not the type of person to be like huff, you know, I don't usually take my toys and run off and in a huff. Right?
Throw them out of the pram.
I certainly don't throw them at, you know, and it's not like I want to sabotage what Paul VanderKlay is doing, etc. But like, I felt like, okay, if we're gonna get things done, Father Eric, he gets things done. Father Eric actually gets things done.
I don't know who he is.
Yeah, he does a stream every Monday for 2 hours, because that's all the time he has, and he's been doing that stream every Monday for 2 hours at the same time. The man is reliable. He is actually reliable, right? And which is what makes him such an important part of, I mean, he's still an important part of TLC to the degree that he's part of TLC, but like the fact that people let Father Eric Seitz fall to the sideline, right, is one of the reasons. Joey Antonassi, he did so much work. He made TLC possible. Who around here actually knows the name Joey Antonassi? Ryan Lewis, again, another guy. Who around here knows Ryan Lewis? Father Eric Seitz. Who around here? It's consuming people and throwing out their empty shells to some extent. And that's not going to be my community. That's not going to be a project I am going to involve myself in. And so, to the degree that Nate and Luke won their war, yeah, they won it. They were able to, in a very real sense, I would say, burn down the community to be king of the ashes, right? But I don't believe that what's left in TLC actually, I don't think it's as healthy as my community and my channel is. Maybe I'm deluding myself.
That would you open yourself up to the accusation that you just left TLC to become king of your own little pile of, you say, successful.
Maybe, although I would like to point out that the three official leaders of my community are Yoav, Yosef, and Chazi.
Can I ask?
Sure.
Jacob, you're obviously angry about something, and I don't think it's Luke, and I don't think it's Nate, and I don't think it's Sterling or Teo, but there's something that's like, and I can't figure out what it is.
Let's be human. My dog is not doing well.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. What's going on?
And
Lucky got attacked.
He got attacked. Pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's part of it. It is part of it. And yeah, I'm human. Another part of it is like the rubber is hitting the road with Fountain of Comfort, and I graduated, and now there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We haven't spent a penny we've raised yet, but like I'm about to start spending the money. And so I'll be a little bit too honest here. Lucky if the current stitches don't take, he's going to need major surgery, which will cost possibly tens of thousands of dollars. I don't know how I spend tens of I don't know how I spend tens of thousands of dollars on my dog when I know there are people around here who have tens of thousands of dollars in medical bills that I haven't been able to pay. I'm thinking of someone in particular who I offered to pay $200 a month. That's what I can. And he refuses to say anything to tell people what he actually needs. And if he were to say it, maybe people around here would step up, right? But I cared enough to ask him, hey, what's up with this? And how about we try to take care of it? But yeah, it bothers me that this community, like I seriously think about it. I seriously think, like, if I were to spend $10,000 on Lucky, what about this person who all of you know, who isn't saying anything about a medical procedure he needs that he can't afford? That's real.
That's most real. And the frustration, I know this because I've known you a while now, Jacob, and I've been in your presence. The frustration I know does come from a place of care. Fountain of Comfort is not something new. It's been sort of the telos when that conversation happens that you offered up as something productive in which we can actually help people. And my heart does go out to you relating to Lucky, because I know how much you love your pets and how important they are to you. So I'll keep you in my prayers, brother.
Fountain of sorrow, fountain of light, you heard that hollow sound of your own steps in flight. You could be laughing at me, you could be right, but you go on smiling, so clear and so bright. Sorry, couldn't resist.
Sterling, how are things? You're in Costa Rica, right?
Colombia.
Colombia.
Cartagena, Colombia.
Okay. How are things in Colombia?
Oh, everything's great. I'm good. Yeah, I'm great, man. I'm sorry to hear about your dog. That's awful. But there's got to be some help. Like I was reading the chat. Somebody said like dog, like charities or.
Yeah, no. And frankly, I have to say, like I know I could have a fundraiser on this channel, right? And frankly, it looks like he's gonna get taken care of because there are lawyers involved, etc. Right? But I am very serious that if you tell me $10,000 to keep Lucky alive, or $10,000 to help people who human beings who need, let's say psychotherapy. That's not what I was thinking of, but let's say psychotherapy. I personally, just my morality does not allow me to go, my dog is more important than some stranger that I don't know, much less somebody I consider a friend.
Okay.
That's the thing with economics. Like I look, I believe in Thomas Sowell. I believe in basic economics. I believe in, if I spend $10,000 keeping Lucky alive, he's my dog and I love him, but he's a dog. And somebody around here, this is a better example. I don't know if he wants to, well, I think Jason will be fine with this. Jason has been raising money for somebody in India who has cancer. Now, I did not contribute to that because, like, I actually sit down and I think, where am I going to contribute my money, right? And like, somebody with cancer in India is low enough that where I was like, zero budget for that, right? And a few $1,000s for my dog, yeah, I can afford that luxury for myself. But at some point it becomes, okay, is that person I don't know in India who has cancer more important than my dog? Yes, that person is a human being.
Yeah, I see your dilemma, but you know, there are people that are hungry. So every time you feed your dog, should you be feeding a human?
Well, that's. I mean, so this is the thing. I actually think we need to go through that calculus, and I do go through that calculus. That's why economics is like, if you've been on my Discord channel, on my Discord, one of the things is economics, because I really do consider, okay, me having a dog and a cat, like this is a luxury, etc., right? And yes, the poor will be with us, but that's, I think we need to be systematic about this stuff, and I try to be in my own life systematic about this stuff. That's why I like, before I got a dog, I was like, okay, once the medical bills are $10,000, I'm just going to put them down. That's what I said to myself. And frankly, the fact is, I don't have to pay for it. It appears. So like, maybe I can be like, okay, but like, yeah, Lucky could have been put down. If I was the one who had to pay $10,000 to keep Lucky alive, I cannot justify that to myself. That's a luxury that I cannot justify to myself.
I understand, Jacob, but there's, as far as I can tell, and I might be wrong, and that's fine, but you seem to be angry about something else, and I'm trying to figure out what that is.
No, I honestly, I don't think it is something else. Like, yes, I am that weirdo who like, and I've told this story many times. Like, I am still haunted by the fact that it was over a year ago now. I don't remember exactly when it was, but I posted about it at the time. But I'm still haunted. I was walking my dog, right? And there was a young black man sleeping on the sidewalk, and it was a busy sidewalk, so lots of people were walking around him, and I had to walk around him, right? And I was very angry about that, and I'm still angry about that. Just like, there's nothing I could do. He's sleeping on the sidewalk, and then 18 hours later, I was walking my dog again, and he was sleeping in the exact same position 18 hours later on the sidewalk. and I didn't have my phone with me, so I had to run home to call an ambulance. Right? Like, this is the reality of living in Los Angeles. I walk my dog past homeless people on a daily basis.
So, what about this makes you so angry? I mean, I live in Tbilisi, Georgia, and they don't really do homeless. There's a tiny bit, but it's nothing.
I actually think that, like, we have, like, I mean, you can say it's guilt. I'm not a rich man.
I don't think you should be guilty about the fact that people are homeless in Los Angeles.
Honestly, it's not. I don't think it's guilt. I hope it's not guilt, because I actually think I'm a better person than most people, which is one of the reasons I hate penal substitutionary atonement. I have not done as many bad things as I have seen a lot of people do.
I love the idea that I'm better than everyone else, but I'm not sure it's true.
I'm not better than everyone else, but I'm better than a lot of people. There's a lot of shitty people out there, Mark. Come on, like
I know.
If we're trying to be serious about being a shitty person or not, right? Like, come on, I'm not a murderer. I don't steal. I you know, like, not.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
You know. So I hope it's not guilt, but it is a feeling of religious responsibility that I do have an actual responsibility to my fellow man, and this channel is about preaching, hopefully, right, a gospel, what I believe to be the true gospel of we should actually care about other people, and we should be deliberate about it, and we should actually, and this is why I very much feel like it is my responsibility to talk against pacifism and universalism and the Trinity and all of these things, which I believe are upstream from that poor young man dead on the sidewalk next to my house.
Okay, I'm with you, but back off on the Trinity, because
earlier I heard you mention that, you know, part of this channel was to combat anti-Semitism. I'm paraphrasing. But in fairness, should the channel also not condone or support, like, anti-Christians or sure, anti-pacifists? Like, you know,
well, hold on, no. So okay, so let's. So there's a reason why I am very, very careful about when and why I call something anti-Semitic, right?
Okay.
So I know the difference between anti-Judaism, right, which is, I am a Christian. I don't believe in Judaism. That's anti-Judaism. That's not anti-Semitism, right?
Okay.
And anti-Zionism, right? Somebody's like, I don't believe in like, even if they have no relationship with the state of Israel, right? To you know, like, that's you don't have to be a supporter of the state of Israel. Right?
Wait, I thought Netanyahu was a god.
Apparently, I mean, his name does mean given by God. That is his last name. But
no way.
Yeah, gift of God. That's what Netanyahu means. Gift of God.
Bless him.
But
okay.
But then there's actual anti-Semitism, right? And that's not just, I disagree with you. That's an actual, you know, and we can get into the various definitions, etc. I actually think that International Holocaust Museum's definition that so many people poo-poo is actually correct, right? And we can talk about that if you want.
What, sorry, what is that definition?
Let me look it up. International Holocaust. Oh, there it is. Anti-Semitism. Come on. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews, rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. So in fewer words, it's an animus towards Jews and Jewish things.
Okay, and earlier I forgot who it was, but you referenced that person said something that you felt was anti-Semitic, right?
Food truck Emily, she kept on. She was posting about the USS Liberty all the time.
And what was she saying about it? That Israel attacked the USS Liberty?
Deliberately, yeah.
Okay, and you feel like that's anti-Semitic?
Yeah.
I guess I might need to go over that definition again, because it seemed like you were, like, the definition that I heard, you were saying that it targets Jewish people.
Correct.
Right. So, but you're throwing in the Israeli government or the Mossad?
So this is the thing. Like, I don't consider myself a Zionist. In fact, I for a long time I called myself an anti-Zionist. I stopped calling myself an anti-Zionist because most of the people who claim to be anti-Zionist just hate Jews.
Oh, okay. So if I call
as I remember from Emily, and this was she was becoming angry when I first kind of came into this corner, and I'm just like looking and watching and thinking, what the hell? But I think she had some relationship with what's a country just north of Israel?
Yeah, her husband was Lebanese.
Okay, so she had this connection there, and she was very unhappy with the behavior of Israel towards
I tried
Lebanon.
talking to her. Look,
as I understood it,
I have family in Iran, right, and I have family in Israel. Her ex-husband now, yeah, they got divorced. I have family in Iran. I have family in Israel, and I would like to think that I have a strong sense of feeling empathy with all of the innocent people, and there are lots of innocent people living in Gaza and the West Bank and Lebanon, and look,
and Israel
and Israel. But that's the thing, right? You can say, "Oh, I am just against Israel," and you may actually be an anti-Zionist who's not an anti-Semite. That is possible. But when it gets down to you're talking about the USS Liberty, once you're talking about the USS Liberty, you're just an anti-Semite.
How do you figure that?
Can I just say, I think Netanyahu carries a very funny smell.
Okay.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer you didn't use the word smell, but that's beside the point.
But you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. I'm not a huge Netanyahu fan, unlike some people around here. But like, okay, there's a difference between not liking Netanyahu and then not liking Jews because you don't like Netanyahu, right? That's a difference. But to answer your question, Sterling, like, if you're talking about the USS Liberty, either you haven't looked into it, or worse, you have looked into it, and you either don't know enough about the world to understand how deluded it is to talk about the USS Liberty, Like, look, I highly recommend intelligent, reasonable people look into what happened at the USS Liberty, right? Please.
Can you just, for the amateur, can you just
so this is
explain the
thing.
USS Liberty?
Okay, it's really important to explain. Okay, this is one of the things, and I don't want people missing the forest for the tree. Okay, the USS Liberty is one of those very particular things in history, like that is factual, right? And yeah, it's Candace brain, right? It's a factual thing most people have never heard of that you can look into, and like you're like you don't know, and I could list 100 things like the USS Liberty, right? And I could go into it, but my recommendation is actually, I would say, you as a person who's never heard of it, actually go ahead, but before you do, go ahead and spend it. It's going to take at least an hour to find out what actually happened there and the various things. Jeremy Boring did an hour-long video. You can go look at his video on it, right? But once you go down to the depths, if you are a normal human being who knows the rest of history and aren't being guided, right? You're like, oh, so it was a friendly fire incident with Israel 50 years ago? Like, Kuwait killed how many of our men 3 years ago? Right? No, not 3 years ago. 3 months ago. It was like three service members, 2 or 3 service members got killed in a friendly fire. Like, friendly fire happens. If you know anything about war, you know friendly fire happens. It was a friendly fire incident with Israel back, and the United States and Israel weren't even militarily cooperating at the time. So, like, it's a non-issue except for somebody who's grasping at straws for a reason to hate Israel. And that's why I can confidently say somebody who's actually talking to you about the USS Liberty, like, that's a great indication this is somebody who, like, either doesn't know much about the world or is just an anti-Semite. It's not about, like, there are arguments you can have about Israel, but, like, when you're talking about a friendly fire incident of 50 years ago, you're either being led by anti-Semites or you are an anti-Semite. And I highly, highly recommend, like, go look into the Liberty and see if what I'm saying is correct. If it's just, as I say, just a friendly fire incident. But I guarantee you, I have never met an intelligent human being who is actually knowledgeable about war and world history and, like, has some idea of how things happen, who's like, oh yeah, the USS Liberty, that's a really important thing to talk about.
Yeah, I'm going. So yeah, there's this idea of friendly fire, which I didn't understand until the Gulf War, where Americans fired on English people.
Oh,
and we were like, oh wow, what? Huh?
People, I mean, Pat Tillman was his name, right? When he got killed, the football player.
Don't know. There was some journalist got killed. Right. Blah blah blah. But
look, if you know
but there's also this idea of false flag, and to me, the U.S. Liberty looked like a false flag and not a friendly fire. And I'm sorry to disagree with you on that, but it looked like a false flag to me.
Is that actually believe Israel? Like, if it was a false flag, why did they stop attacking after 45 minutes and pay reparations? And why didn't the United States at the time like get more angry? Like, really? You think Israel did a false flag attack on the United States? Seriously, Mark?
Yeah, seriously. To draw the US in, to get US support, to blah blah blah.
Do you actually think that sinking a US ship would have gotten the US into the war with Egypt, between Israel and Egypt? You don't think Americans would be like, why was our ship, which had been ordered not to be in the area, why was it in the area at all?
Well, it worked on Pearl Harbor. I don't know what you want me to say.
Hold on. Do you think
it looks like a false flag?
Hold on. Pearl Harbor was an attack on U.S. soil.
Yeah, which they knew was about to happen. It's documented. There are newspapers.
Okay, I didn't know you were a conspiracy theorist, but okay. Like,
it's not conspiracy.
If you're at the level where you think, okay, if you generally think, okay, the United States, did the United States also do 9/11? okay, if that's so, yeah, that's not anti-Semitism.
The jury's out on that one.
Okay, so that's not anti-Semitism. You are a very, very skeptical person.
I am skeptical about almost everything because here's the thing: they're all fucking liars. And what? I'm expected to believe? Oh, like that one's not a liar. It's like, come on, they're all fucking liars.
Hello,
hey, Yoav.
Hello. Let me clear a few facts.
Okay.
First, we're talking about the world of 67, June 67. Do we?
Was Liberty 67? I thought it was later than that. USS Liberty. Yeah, apparently it was 67. So yeah, it was. I thought it was in the 70s, but yeah, it was 67.
Fine. And it was attacked from the air, was it?
Yes.
You know what happened in the first 10 minutes of the war of 67?
Israel destroyed all of Egypt.
All of the Arab Air Force.
Air Force.
After the first 10 minutes of that war, an Arab Air Force did not exist. How can it be a false flag?
That's a very good point, Yoav.
Have fun.
I'm just saying. I mean, what I basically say is like, hey, this thing has a funny smell to it. I'm not saying this is absolute truth.
Mark,
because how the hell should I know? How can I know?
Mark,
I'm just like, there's a funny smell here.
I get you are a deeply skeptical person. You are.
Yeah.
And okay, I mean, I as a therapist, I kind of want to say, look, this is not going to do well for your anxiety, etc. And maybe you should actually look into that a little deeper. But like, this is a level of anxiety about the world in general, right? That's just a bit. Your level of anxiety is a little high. It is.
May I add a little Kirk aphorism here?
Sure, Kirk.
I believe it was Kierkegaard who said anxiety is the dizziness of existential freedom. So when you have the freedom to doubt so much, you get more anxious. Would you say that's fair?
I'm not sure how this is related, but back to the USS Liberty.
Okay, question for everyone watching.
Let's
Who looks more anxious, me or Jacob?
Probably me, but that's beside the point. I constantly talk about my anxiety disorders, right? Let's face it, I do have anxiety disorders. But and part of my whole thing is trying to like deal with that cognitively, right? But and I didn't mean that as some sort of ad hominem attack. But just, I mean, let's say in 1967, Israel really did try to do a false. Let's say it's 100% Israel false flag. They were trying to kill Americans. Okay, 1967, 60 years ago, like we dropped atom bombs on Japan.
Yeah, that wasn't a false flag.
That wasn't a false flag. No, we dropped atom bombs. So if like, how long are you going to hold that grudge?
What? Huh?
Against who?
How
Who against who?
Like how one nation against another? Like how long should the United States hold a grudge against an attack in 1967 by Israel on the United States?
I don't know. I don't know if it's about a grudge, but I also don't know if you bring it up, then you're guilty of being an anti-Semite. You know, and again,
it's an indication of where you've been, what you've been, the type of people you've been dealing with. If you think the USS Liberty is relevant today in U.S.-Israeli relations, I'm sorry, but like that has very little to do with Israel or the world. It has a lot more to do with your level of conspiracy theory, and that's something else. That's not a serious conversation. Like yeah, he like Yoav came in with the facts and logic, but like at the point where there are certain topics which you look at, okay, why is this person so focused on? And that's why the definition of anti-Semitism is like, it's a certain what do they put it? A certain perception of Jews. It's a certain way of looking at Jews that's driven by animus.
Yeah,
and
Jacob,
it's not factual.
Jacob,
yeah,
you brought it up. None of
Yeah.
us even had it in our heads.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
you
no,
that
no, no.
dragged it out of God only knows what depth of your soul.
No. I brought
we were
it up
just like the USS what?
Right. Well, but I brought it up because, as I said, Food Truck Emily was posting on it on a daily basis on her Twitter.
yeah. I mean, their problem with
That's why I
I'm just yeah. There's a real problem with like I'm just asking questions if the questions you ask all have a similar pattern.
if they have a similar pattern that you're curious about the relationship between the United States and our quote unquote greatest ally, and you want to point out things that have been done in the past that might counter that narrative, I don't think that makes you an anti-Semite, because Jewish people are our brothers and sisters. No, like
Sterling,
you can.
but Sterling, like I said, like if you're not using equal weights and measures, if the question becomes, okay, how come you're asking these questions about the United States and Israel, but you're not asking the same questions about Pakistan and the United States and Great Britain and the United States, and it's always the Jews? Like, it's about the Jews. It's not about the relationship with Israel.
Yeah.
No, I think you nailed it, Jacob. It's about the metric system instead of the imperial system. It's because we went to kilograms and not pounds.
That's
the problem.
That must be why. look, I have zero problems with criticisms of Israel. I criticize Israel all the time.
But
like it has to be qualitatively similar to how you criticize everybody else.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is it's one thing to say I don't like a certain Israeli policy for a structure it has, but if you're not going to criticize America for its relationship with Saudi Arabia, and you're going to talk about its relationship with Israel being a human rights abuse, then where are you living?
Seriously, like the people who are talking about, oh, I don't want our bombs on Gaza. Like, where were you when Saudi Arabia was like bombing the shit out of carpet bombing the shit out of Yemen? Like, if there's no equivalence, go ahead, Sterling.
Yeah, I condemn that. To answer your question, I condemned it.
And there are definitely people who do. There are definitely people who are not. There are definitely people who I have seen who are consistent. There aren't many of them. Let's be serious here, right? A lot of people who get worked up when it's the Jews doing something don't get at all worked up when it's the Saudis or the Pakistanis or even the Ukrainians or etc. doing the very similar things. I mean, you've seen that. I'm gathering.
We've all got blinkers, Jacob. It's like,
of course, yeah.
What goes on in Africa stays in Africa. What goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas. It's just
and
like
what happens with Jews has to be on the news because it's Jews.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And to be honest, I really struggled to care about Israel. I'm sorry. I know it's like top of the mind of almost everyone on the planet, but I just
Mark. I have said this to many people. Like, part of the problem of anti-Semitism is philo-Semitism. There's a lot of people who like. There's a reason I dislike dispensational Zionism so much, right? The focus on Israel is making the situation worse for everyone, right? Treating Israel like the fact that United Nations, like a majority of United Nations security resolutions, I believe, certainly General Assembly resolutions, are about Israel. Israel has a population of what, 10 million, 15 million max, greater Israel, whatever. Like, come on. Is that the most important thing in the world? Is it really?
From a Christian theological perspective, if they think Jesus is going to bring the Messiah, if they think Israel's going to bring Jesus, that's their perspective. And you can't that's their religion.
Right. So I think from that is certainly a huge part of it, is this religious focus on Israel. Israel is not that important. And a normal person is I mean, I focus on Israel because I have family in Israel. I've been to Israel. I'm Jewish. Where half the Jews in the world live in Israel, right? So I have a connection. And that's why I am against Zionism, right? Because it is a heresy in my religion, and that's why I have a focus on it. But when I find somebody who's not Jewish and like they have a focus on Israel, I'm like, why? And then they start telling me about how the Zionist occupied government is ruling the United States. It's like, God. So it's like, really?
So if I said that Judaism is evil, would that be anti-Semitic?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
So anti-Judaism is anti-Judaism. If you're like, I'm not Jewish, I know what Judaism is, I disagree with its fundamental, like Nietzsche, he had disagreements with actual Jewish morality, knowing what Jewish morality was, he was opposed to it, right? There are people who actually have theological disagreements with Jewish claims. Not what they claim are Jewish claims, but actual Jewish claims, right? So there are actual Jewish claims, right? So yes, we as Jews do believe, and the funny thing is, there's a lot of Jews who would disagree with me that Jews believe this, but I do believe that we do believe this. There is a fundamental difference in what God designed Jews and Gentiles to do in the world. I do believe there's a fundamental difference in the task that God has assigned me as a Jew, as opposed to Kirk as a Gentile, right? That is a genuine belief, and I will defend that is a genuine belief. And there are people who will be like, no, that's wrong. We believe that all people, that God has the same plan for all people. And it's like, no, I don't believe that, right? And to the degree that you do believe that, I will argue with you, and I will say you are wrong. That's anti-Judaism, right? There's also anti-Zionism. There's people who are like, okay, I am a globalist, right? I don't believe that I believe that all people should live together and there should not be nation states. And so the idea that Israel should have a nation where, there should be a country where the nation of Israel has independence is wrong. And the idea that the Irish should have their own independent nation is wrong. They should be forced to live with the British. But then there are people who are like, they're Irish nationalists and they're anti-Zionist, and it's like, oh, you just hate the Jews. Like, it's the inconsistency is how you can tell this is anti-Semitism. This isn't what the actual person is saying. They believe. If they're actually consistent about it, fine. You're consistent about it. You disagree with nation states. There are people who disagree with nation states. That's fine. That's not anti-Semitic. I believe you're wrong. That's not anti-Semitic. But if you're only against one nation state and that nation state happens to be the only Jewish state, like, why is that?
So are you alleging that this person, Emily, only has qualms with Israel?
Emily was posting on the time when I made that thing, like, I have made common cause with people who genuinely are advocating for the rights of the Lebanese and for Palestinians. I very happily will make common cause with people who do that, because I do believe the state of Israel does things that I am very opposed to, right? But when you start talking about dogs, like training dogs to rape people, like, come on. And I'm not saying Emily did that. At the time, I documented, right? I documented what I believed, and I was like, hey, this is, as a person in this community who I hope, having known me for many years, and even, Sterling, we've known each other for a couple of years now.
Yeah, at least, yeah.
Yeah, and I hope that it's at a point where you don't think that I just throw out the term anti-Semitism without any serious consideration, and it's just a slur, and it's without foundation. I think we've gotten to know each other well enough that you think that I did think things through before I say something like that.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt and say goodbye because
Oh,
I've
yeah.
got to go. But when I came into TLC, Emily was there and she was very angry about something, and I didn't understand what she was angry about. But there was a very strong anger within her, rightly or wrongly. It was
And I tried to reach out to her several times because and I have a lot of sympathy for people who have family who are Lebanese or Palestinian or like I mean within my own family in Iran, right? Like I have sympathy and I'm willing to talk to people, but there are times when you have to realize, no, this is actually anti-Semitism.
I don't know what her anger was, but she seems to have disappeared. She kind of seemed nice. Hot. Damn it, I said it.
I'm sure you're clip that for his wife. Yeah.
I gotta go. Jacob, you're an absolute pain in the ass, but I think we love you anyway.
Thank you.
God bless you, sir.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, I guess the reason I was asking about this is because when I heard you earlier talk about people being evil, and I don't want to misquote you, but I think you were talking about pacifists or something like that, saying that they're evil.
Yeah.
That sounds much more hateful than bringing up something that happened in history 60 years ago.
I believe pacifism is evil.
Right.
If there is a war to be had, right? And it has to be a just war, obviously, right? But and there are times when a just war is necessary. If you categorically deny just war, like the results of that is going to be incredible suffering. And yeah, that's evil.
Yeah. Is it okay if I ask a slightly off-topic question, but it's related to the context of pacifism?
Sure, but I am going to shut this down in like 10 minutes. So
Yeah, I was going to ask, in terms of journalism, I don't know if you've heard of her, but there's an American Jewish journalist named Anne Applebaum, and I'm
Yeah.
curious if you would recommend her work.
No. She has terminal Trump derangement syndrome. Terminal.
Okay. Yeah, and also if we could talk privately, because I actually did have something I want to talk about private, if that's okay as well.
Sure. After the stream, yeah. But Sterling, we don't get enough Sterling around here, so please ask your questions. You tend to ask very good questions.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to beat a dead horse about that, but where would I like to go from there?
I mean, do you understand what I mean about pacifism being evil?
No, but when I hear it, I think anti-pacifism. You're an anti-pacifist.
I am anti-pacifist, yes. I believe that if there is a just war, I have a responsibility to assist in the people who are waging a just war.
And
Yes.
let's talk about an example, or maybe one or two examples of a just war versus an unjust war.
Okay. So I do believe that the American Civil War was a just war. I believe the American Revolutionary War was a just war. I believe that the American side in World War II was a just war. Those are three examples, I would say, of just wars.
And unjust?
Unjust wars would be certainly the other side in those wars. But I mean, if you're talking about the United States, I would say the Spanish-American War was not a just war.
And if I could, go ahead.
The United States was the unjust part part on. I mean, I'm no expert on the Spanish-American War, but everything I've seen from the Spanish-American War has led me to believe that the United States was the unjust warring party in that war.
Has Israel ever had an unjust war?
Israel in 48 years. I can't think of. I don't think there was any situation in which, of course, it's a lot easier when you're when until very recently, Israel has always been the weak guy. So now that it's a little bit stronger than the other powers immediately around it, I think it's possible that it could have an unjust war. I had questions about the involvement in Syria, but to the degree that it's protecting the Druze and the Christians in Syria, I believe, no, that is a just war.
Okay.
But I believe anytime there is a war, right, there is a possibility that both sides have good reasons for it, and I may not think either side is clearly just in what they're doing. But I think generally you can actually take a look at the war, like Ukraine, Russia, like that was, I think, a completely obviously unjust war on the or the war in Gaza, right? I think it was completely unjust for Hamas to attack Israel. I think there are times when you can clearly see one side is in the wrong, and if your position is that nobody's ever right to go to war, then yeah, I do believe that's evil.
Okay, all right. And so would your position be, when is it okay? When is it justified to have war? Like what has to happen?
I would say, I mean, I would say the most clear example I can give is Israel and Iran right now. Like Iran makes, I as a child lived in Iran, and like we had to yell death to America, death to Israel every day. Like that was part of our morning exercises. Like if you go to Iran, they have holidays and stuff where they celebrate, where they're like, destroy Israel, right? Death to Israel. Like, yeah, getting into a war with a country which their official policy is to kill you, that seems 100% just to me.
Okay, Iran's policy was to kill Americans or Israelis?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, is our policy to kill them?
I most Americans don't even know Iran exists. Like they could not find Iran on a map. On a daily basis, the government of Iran requires people to chant death to America, death to Israel. Like nothing like that goes on in the United States. In like, it is so foreign to Americans that like, I mean, if you ever listen to a speech of Ayatollah Khamenei, it will be punctuated with death to Israel, death to Iran, death to England. Like those three things are just like those chants are constant. Like, have you ever seen anything like that in the United States?
Yeah, like when Trump gets on Twitter and says he wants to wipe them out completely, wipe them off the map, carpet bomb, this and that.
Sterling,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You're just showing your ignorance. Like, there's no equivalence there. There is zero equivalence there. There is literally zero equivalence there. For the past 40 years, every single speech that Khamenei has had has included the crowd chanting "Death to America." Equating that to one Trump tweet, that's just ridiculous.
Well, there was more than one, and then I guess the difference is, like, you know, they say.
Do you
that.
understand
Sorry,
the difference
sorry.
between daily and not daily? Like,
Oh, that's a tough question.
no, it's not, Sterling. It's not at all.
Yeah,
Like,
this is a dumb question. Of course, yeah, I understand the difference between daily and non.
okay, so like, why are you equating the two?
I'm not equating the two, but you asked me, is there any example in the United States that's similar? And I'm saying, not only do our leaders talk about killing them and carpet bombing them, we actually go over in their region and we do it. We did. Good.
I totally understand. Like, the, I mean, I grew up with this. I'm like, as Americans, I just don't think the difference is comprehensible. I just don't. Like, you've lived outside the United States. I think you've seen how different life is in Colombia than it is in the United States. I think you've probably seen that there's such difference that sometimes when you try to explain the differences to other Americans, they just don't get it. Have you had that experience? Like, there's something you've witnessed about Colombian society that, like, it just, like, you cannot explain to somebody who's never left the United States?
I'm sure there is such a thing, and the best way to understand it is to see it for yourself. I might say that, but you know, there's certainly things about the culture I could describe. But again,
so in Iran, there is a culture of hatred towards Americans and Israel that's actually top down. It's truly a policy of the government and their theology, which it's real, right? Like, there's a difference between somebody who, like, would actually kill you and somebody who wouldn't, right? The Iranian government, if it had nuclear weapons, would actually use it against the United States and Israel. They would. And I don't know that I can prove that to you. What I can tell you is, as somebody who grew up in Iran, like, I am 100% convinced of that. I'll let you have the last word. I'm gonna close this stream down.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me.
Please, yeah. You want to say something to close this out?
No, I would give Kirk the last word.
Kirk, what do you want to say?
Shabbat is starting soon, so I would recommend not streaming tomorrow, Jacob.
Thank you. I'm going to use host's prerogative to put
the Reverend Parcells to bed because he does need to get up in the morning.
Sorry, Reverend. Thank you.
But before he goes, I have a question. Let's say, God forbid, that I were to burn somebody at the stake for not being a Trinitarian. And I did not repent of that. Is that a salvation issue?
Sometimes Jacob takes
There's a
that devil's
proverb.
advocate thing too
Isn't there a
far.
proverb that says something like "Don't answer a fool according to his folly."
But there's a proverb that says, answer a fool according to his folly.
There is. Exactly right. I'm going to leave it to you guys to determine, which of those was applicable in this situation as I go. So, but anyhow, good.
Thank
It was
you,
good
Reverend.
to, good to
Thank
chat
you.
with you all.
Thank you.
Good night.
The